We expect this to lift on through, and then we're going to be watching the activity farther to the west here in Louisiana and Arkansas. That's going to be a little bit more numerous as it moves into our area tonight. Lightning is pretty active right now, Simpson County.
These images for folks that are joining us on NBC 10 News. We had just wrapped up the 6 o'clock newscast. For those that are joining us on Fox 14, this is really the start of our newscast, but is really now hinging on severe weather that was expected across the area, has gotten a little bit of a late start and a relatively slow start, but has now started to ramp up. We're keeping an eye on these areas of rotation that are crawling out of northeastern Caldwell Parish and into certain particular parts of southern Richland Parish. I don't know what this looks like on other radar vantage points, other radar softwares, but Walker, it looks like this area is still trying to maintain itself off to the south of our active tornado warning.
Yeah, Jared, and there's also another area of rotation just to the south of that in northern portions of LaSalle. Again, maybe some preemptive stuff going on velocity, but nonetheless going to have to watch both of those storms, still continuing to watch them, Jared. And again, it's going to be one of those situations where these storms just ahead of that trough axis I mentioned earlier potentially spin up quickly.
Yeah, and so I don't want to spend too much time on an unwarned storm, but I don't want folks in other parts of the ArkLaMiss to kind of lose sight on the fact that they are also under a severe weather threat and under a tornado watch. There's our possible tornado, just monitoring this storm off to the south. Portions of Richland Parish, you folks need to really keep a close eye on this, especially as you move up toward the Delhi areas and some of those surrounding spots along I-20. The Dunn community and some of those spots, those are all areas that we'll be watching as that storm makes its way toward I-20. Again, no tornado warning with it yet, no severe thunderstorm warning with it yet, but it has shown signs of maybe trying to get organized, and it is in a very favorable environment where storms can start spinning, and they can start spinning quickly. And that's when we refer to, again, rapidly changing weather conditions across the area. There's our possible tornado.
But what do you think about what's going on here in the southwest part of Mississippi? We've got those other cells that are just starting to pop up now.
Yeah, those are definitely something interesting to watch. I do also want to pay attention to what's happening just to the west across the Mississippi River, because the National Weather Service out of Jackson is monitoring these storms along Highway 425 in Louisiana, just south of Interstate 20, because these could be the ones that could also mature as they continue to track off to the north and east. And if they were able to mature and turn possibly severe here as they move into our area, these would mainly be a concern for our South Delta County. So anyone really north and west of the Big Black River would have to pay attention to those. They're in their early stages right now, but the National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on those.
Yeah, they're just, if you will, they're just under the speed limit, if you know what I'm saying. They're just barely maintaining there, but if they start to escalate, we're going to have to pay attention. Any update on power outages from what you're seeing? Or
so the last update was 485 customers without power, but it looks like we'll get a new update.
So southeastern Arkansas, to be honest with you, I don't know what colleges are in for spring break and not at this point. But again, if you have college kids on a Friday night, just make sure that they are staying weather aware. Again, want to keep close tabs on this Richland and now Franklin Parish storm as it makes its way toward Mangum. And again, just keeping quick tabs on an area that has been rotating at times. Yeah, that's really, really concerning to the south and west of Mangum. And again, I don't want folks, we don't issue tornado warnings. Those are issued by the National Weather Service, and they've got a lot on their hands right now. But if you're in this area, I would go ahead and take proper tornado precautions just in case. Again, and that leads to areas headed toward Mangum and along 425. There's not a tornado warning out here right now, so again, I want to stress that. We have no signs that a tornado warning is going to be issued, but looking at our radar from our vantage point of what we see right here southwest of Mangum, you need to be in your safe place. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A tornado could be forming to the southwest of Mangum. And again, we don't say that very often without tornado warnings because we don't want to induce any kind of level of panic unnecessarily for these areas. I'm switching over to the shear rate. I think our radar is calibrating at this point.
And just rather quickly, Jared, from the Jackson perspective and the Shreveport perspective, you can't practically see anything on this storm. So take that how you will.
Yeah, so if you go to the National Weather Service and Jackson's radar, this is what they're seeing right now. Again, it's a very, very difficult vantage point to see anything, and this is, again, where that radar hole, if you will, comes into play. Fort Polk doesn't really show anything. Shreveport doesn't show anything at all. So again, when you switch back over to our velocity mode and you can see those reds and greens together, that is our concerning point. Again, for folks in Mangum, this storm's moving quickly. It does not have a tornado warning with it. I cannot stress that enough, but I am urging folks that you need to be in your safe place for this particular part of the storm as it continues to crawl northeastward Mangum and points northward on Highway 425. Walker, would you agree? I mean, that looks pretty concerning, at least here in the short term.
I would generally say so, simply just going off the fact that we have the best vantage point from our radar at this point. Again, remember, the radar beam shoots at somewhat of an angle, so the farther you get away, well, then eventually the storm can kind of slip under the beam. So we have the best vantage point, and again, having all these storms moving eastward into a more favorable tornado environment in terms of winds and everything like that, so just keep that in mind.
All right, our overall organization with this storm does look a little bit more disheveled, but if you're in northern Chico County, make sure that you're staying sheltered. We don't have Franklin Parish. We'll go back over to that one quickly again. No warning with it right now as we continue to watch its organization and the overall structure. Again, moving very, very close to the Mangum community. And again, no warning with this, but we were telling folks earlier that if you are in the path of this storm along 425, you want to be in your safe place right now, just in case a tornado quickly forms at the base of this storm, making its way toward Highway 425. This is the area I'm talking about right here. Again, not a tornado warning with it. We don't issue tornado warnings. We relay those warnings when they're issued. But when we see something that is concerning, then it's our job to let you know that it's concerning. Again, there's not a whole lot popping up on shear rate, but there is an area that is trying to rotate now right along Highway 425, making its way eastward, and we'll move into the eastern sections of Franklin Parish or northern sections of Franklin Parish, still in Richland Parish technically at this point as it continues to move off to the east. All right. So now that we've addressed that again, I know we keep playing kind of ping pong between a lot of different storms. For sure. Again, we are continuing to monitor the same storm we've kind of bounced back and forth between in the Mangum area, but this storm previously was stated to be in its earlier life stages, so that basically means it's trying to get going, it's trying to get off the ground, but nothing new, at least with that storm just yet. Okay, so still monitoring northern Chico County. I'm zoomed into
pretty much under this tornado watch until midnight tonight, and we do expect the severe weather threat to continue until that time. So we got about 5 hours, about a 5-hour window here of some severe weather. You know, interesting watching that storm over here. I'm starting to see more rotation with it in eastern Louisiana. Peyton was picking that out before over by Delhi and Rayville. This is crossing Interstate 20. I know it's quite a distance away from our viewing area, but this is the environment that is also shifting eastward. While the storms are firing up and they're moving from south to north, this actual environment is moving from west to east, and we got to deal with it before that whole storm system works its way out. Let me show you the backside of the storm, or at least the leading edge of it, and that's now back here in southern Arkansas and northwest Louisiana. In fact, there's not much going on there, so I'm kind of happy to see this. It means that corridor where you can have severe weather is getting smaller. The smaller the corridor, the better it is for us, because it means there's a less opportunity for getting severe weather to develop as we go through this evening. We're coming up right now at 7 o'clock. It is 7 o'clock right now at WLBT Jackson and WDBD Jackson. You're watching live continuous coverage. A tornado warning currently in effect for southeastern Rankin and northwestern.
Rankin
just
got deleted. Northwest Smith County.
Here shortly. Folks in Greenville, Mississippi, you are not currently under a tornado warning. I believe that warning has missed you to the north and west. So I'm going to take another quick glance at our storm that, again, looked pretty concerning earlier across portions of Franklin and Richland parishes, switching over to our velocities mode. And again, that's why the tornado warning wasn't issued, because, again, this area looks to be a little bit more disorganized than it was earlier. But still stand by what we had earlier in those areas, and just kind of glad that we told folks to take shelter, because that was probably a pretty mean storm as it made its way through anyway. Even little cells like that, we have to keep an eye out for tornadic potential as we go through the evening. Although, again, we have fared, I don't want to say okay, because we have a tornado warning right now.
And we are still watching that one thunderstorm that is now over Interstate 20 in between Rayville and Tchula out in Louisiana. Of course, this is not impacting our local viewing area right now, but it is one to watch because it could mature. It could possibly turn severe. It may produce damaging winds and maybe even a tornado in the future. And if it were to become strong, either way, it's probably going to clip our farmost northwestern areas. This would likely be a storm that Issaquena, Sharkey, and Humphreys counties would need to be concerned about. Again, it's below severe limits right now. Doesn't look too concerning, but it could be one that is going to be a concerning storm later on down this evening.
You know, one thing I've been saying for the past few days covering this, if you look to the north and west of Jackson, that's where things are going to get a little bit more active with this weather. And we're seeing that tornado warning down for the Delta. This is north of Greenville, but you can see a tornado warning in effect for extreme northern Washington County. And this is part of, again, the more intense corridor of that storm system that's going to be pushing in across the area. So we're sitting here, we're standing here, whatever you want to call it. We're watching the storms with you, okay? And again, just pointing out that north and west, the farther north and west, your likelihoods of experiencing a tornado this evening are dramatically higher than the rest of the area, although we're all under this tornado watch at this point in time. And again, any storm that develops out there, we're really going to need to watch. We're coming up on sunset right now. So this is kind of like the real telltale moment, if you will, for a storm system. A storm system will act one way when you have the sunlight. Now the sunlight goes away. Now we know the true variables that are in the atmosphere and whether they can lend themselves to severe weather and tornadic weather. And so we're going to have showers and storms firing up. Most of the weather at this point is now moving across Interstate 20, with the exception of Scott County. Still a little more time, but most of the weather that we're seeing is going to be north of Interstate 20. We have a tornado watch in effect until midnight tonight for most of the area. Your better bets as we get into darkness here is the farther north and west you are, the higher chance you'll have of getting tornadoes tonight. The farther south and east you get, especially in this zone here that I'm kind of pointing out, your chances for seeing tornadoes considerably lower. Still, though, that tornado watch remains in effect for much of the area, and it's something we're going to continue to monitor as we go throughout this evening, because it won't take much for these storms to kind of spin up and get out of control, and that's why we don't want anybody taken off guard. If you're in Scott County, now...
That's C-Spire.
Teeny Furniture has 8 different dining room groups on sale now for $637.
We interrupt this program for a First Alert weather update.
Good evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dave Roberts. We have a tornado warning in effect for right now Issaquena County. This will go until 8:45 this evening. This is a new tornado warning being issued. A pretty intense thunderstorm cell right now located over Lake Providence, Louisiana. This is moving northeastward currently into Issaquena County and will be impacting the county for about the next 45 minutes to an hour or so. Areas along Fittler and on northward, Highway 1, for instance, up through Mayersville and almost to Rolling Fork, we're going to be looking at a severe weather threat for the next 45 minutes to an hour. Good evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dave Roberts. We do have this tornado warning that is currently in effect. Meteorologist Peyton Garrison also joining me on this. This is a radar indicated tornado at this point. Isn't that right, Peyton?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so we're going to be watching this storm, and there it is. Pretty good circulation just to the south of Lake Providence. There you see it, right across the river on Highway 65. And this cell will be jumping the river and moving northeastward, generally right along Highway 1 here. This is Highway 1, which is very close to the river, moves through the western part of Issaquena County, and will continue moving northeastward. I want to show you the bigger view on this, though, because this is part of a pretty intense line of storms that's now getting going from about Interstate 20 west of Delhi, Louisiana, and that extends into Issaquena County. Then we've got the other line here that I'm watching that's northwest of Monroe. Why am I pointing that out to you? Because that's really the back end of the storm system at this point. But we're now in that corridor where we're going to be watching these storms flaring up. I'm also paying attention to the storm that's right now in the southern part of Tchula County. It's just a thunderstorm at this point, but a lot of these storms will need to be watched in this environment as we go through this evening, especially north and west of Jackson. A tornado watch in effect for much of the area this evening. This goes until midnight tonight and encompasses north central Mississippi and northeast Louisiana. And again, this is the area that we're going to be watching for further development of thunderstorms that could spawn tornadoes as we go throughout the evening. A look at regional radar shows you not much going on in the metro area, but this particular cell is moving into Issaquah County, and if it continues moving northward, it should cut across northern Sharkey County before long as well. So we want to put you on alert if you're in Sharkey County too for this particular cell. Again, very close to Highway 1 here, just coming out of Lake Providence, Louisiana, and this will continue moving northeast. What's the speed that we have on this one?
This one's moving at 50 miles per hour, so the fastest storm that we've had so far.
Gotcha. And so right now not getting any damage reports, but this is a radar indicated tornado that's moving northeast at 50 right near Lake Providence. We are seeing some purple here on the scale. This is rainfall intensity. And you can see that that's right there on the upper edge of the scale. So this is very heavy rain that is falling right now across the western part of Issaquah County, right near the Mississippi River. And this will continue moving north and eastward. Hollybrook, for instance, and Lake Providence are in the areas right now across the river in Louisiana that are being impacted. And again, this is moving into Issaquah County, and just about most of the county to about the Fittler community is involved. We have our inflow and outflow, pretty good couplet showing up right here. That is just north of Tchula, not Tchula, Louisiana, but the Tchula community, which is on Highway 1 here. And you can see that that's right where we believe this tornadic cell is located. So we've got our twist in the atmosphere, shows it pretty clearly, and that's going to be moving up towards Willett Road. So if you live in Issaquah County near Willett Road, that is where we're going to be watching the potential of this tornado to move into your area. We're scanning reports, not getting any ground reports right now that there is a tornado on the ground, but again, these storms are the ones we have to watch very closely as we go into this evening, because it won't take much for them to develop. The Cottonwood community also being impacted by this, and if we can, let's measure some of the winds that you're seeing out here, Peyton, and maybe we can get an idea as to what it is that we're seeing as far as how strong these winds really are. So you may see some minuses, you may not. This is just to give you an idea as to what kind of winds we have. So we have 56-mile-per-hour winds that are kind of twisting away, and then this is what's folding in, twisting in towards the radar, contrasting with 37-mile-per-hour winds the other direction. So there's definitely something going on here. All right, when you have 60-plus-mile-per-hour winds in one direction and you go just about a mile away and they're coming from a complete opposite direction, that gives you an idea where there is a twist in the atmosphere. And it's something we have to pay very close attention to as this storm continues moving northeastward. Fortunately, at this point, we've had no reports of any damage. We did earlier have some damage reports coming out of Simpson County. Hard to say whether they're tornadic or not, but certainly something to pay attention to. Also, we've seen an escalation in power outages tonight. They haven't been that substantial, but we've definitely seen them jump up, especially after that storm that developed in Lincoln County earlier, moved through Simpson and farther north into Scott counties. So that's something that we're noticing right now with all of this activity.
Yeah, and we did have a couple of storms in Holmes County, and they actually have a decent amount of power outages out right now, around 226. So that could have been from some of those gusty storms that they previously saw. All
right, and we're watching a cell right now in Tchula County, and let's go over to Tchula County real quickly. That's the only other storm really on the local radar here that bears some watching, and this is south of Kosciuszko here. We're going to go closer in. Sorry to jump around on you folks, but it's just south of downtown Kosciuszko. This is going to be moving over downtown in the next 5-10 minutes or so. There's going to be some heavy rain in it, that's for sure. We're not seeing as much of like that hook echo, but a lot of these storms are rotating, so we are seeing twists in the atmosphere, something we can't ignore. And I just want to alert you, if you live in Kosciuszko or Ethel, this is going to be impacted by some rain. Peyton's scanning right now the inflow and outflow with it, and there's not a lot to it. So that's the good news. It's just a pretty nasty thunderstorm, at least for the time being, that is moving towards the Kosciuszko area. That's really it. Lightning is picking up with it as well. But beyond that, we're not seeing a lot of activity this evening. Things were a little active about an hour ago. But they have really come down in intensity. But now what we're starting to see is the atmosphere is destabilizing from what's moving in from Louisiana, northeastern Louisiana, as a matter of fact. And that's why we're starting to pay more attention to these cells here. Also, I do want to point out there's a cell closer to Yazoo City, just a little bit to the east there. And that one also is picking up just the last few minutes. So we'll watch that, but I am most concerned with what's going on here from west of Rolling Fork back over into Louisiana, because this is the area there we could have some problems. And, you know, as Peyton's scanning the sky here, you could see we've had this persistent inflow and outflow showing up. That's what you're looking at here. This is inflow and outflow, showing you the wind that's blowing toward the radar and wind that's blowing away from the radar. And so, as I mentioned, this is blowing away and this is blowing in. So this is where you're going to have your circulation, where they peak. And that's exactly what's going on here. And as Peyton scanned just a couple minutes ago, 60-mile-per-hour winds going away from the radar. Meanwhile, coming towards the radar, we had 40-mile-per-hour winds. So this is pretty much your best bet on where a tornado would be. There's a circulation in the sky. That's confirmed by what we're seeing. It's also confirmed by the tornado warning that's been issued. But the question is...
And they're going to go downstream.
There we go. We have an additional tornado warning. And I just mentioned that. We were going to have... And we're actually seeing it extended now. All right, so this is going to be not just for northern sections of Issaquahna County, but this will be for northern Sharkey and northern Humphreys County until, do we have a time on that one? Until 9 o'clock. So that's going to take us right through this time frame in here until 9 o'clock this evening. We have a tornado warning now in effect for areas such as Rolling Fork, Louise, and Belzona. Again, the storm is moving from southwest to northeast at a pretty good clip, too.
55 miles per hour.
All right, so we're at 55 miles per hour. So showing a little bit of some acceleration with this weather. And just want to let everybody know that if you're in those three counties now, Issaquahna, Sharkey, and Humphreys counties, you are now looking at a tornado warning that is currently in effect. Just getting the latest information on that. Quarter-size hail possible. The storm is now 8 miles east of Lake Providence, as you can see, just passing Highway 1, and it is currently moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, so it's a pretty fast mover. If you're in this area right now, you should definitely get to the lowest point in your home, get away from windows, protect yourself from the potential of flying debris. This is a dangerous storm in the sense that it is right now over a very rural area. And we are not going to get a lot of reports, and now it's nighttime anyway, so it's going to be hard to see if there even is a tornado there without damage actually occurring from it. So we need to pay very close attention to this cell as it moves northeastward. Rolling Fork, please get ready. If you know anybody that lives in Rolling Fork, get them on the phone now. A very dangerous situation is setting up here. These nighttime tornadoes are always the worst when it comes to warning on them. Again, because of the fact you just can't see them on the ground, you're not going to have a lot of people spotting them. And as we plot out what time it's going to be arriving here, Rolling Fork 8:07, Louise at 8:27, Silver City 8:35, Belzona about 8:39 p.m. and then Bee Lake, it should be there by 8:44, and Mileston at 8:49 p.m. So again, this cell moving northeastward now, and again, it's showing well-defined here on our inflow and our outflow. I noticed they just updated, it looks like they just updated the warning on that a little bit, narrowed it back just a little to show where it is. And again, this will be in Rolling Fork by about 10 minutes from now. So we want you to be very careful. Again, if you know anybody in this area, please, at this point, let them know. Just text them, call them, whatever you may want to do, just to alert them, hey, we've got this tornado developing and on the radar right now.
And there are a couple of storm chasers outside with this storm. So, you know, if there is any confirmation of a tornado on the ground, we could see not only from radar indicated, but possibly out in the field. So we'll relay any of that information as it does come through us through the National Weather Service chat and otherwise. But again, this is only radar indicated. But I will say that the rotation as a whole just south of Mayersville now is picking up quite a bit, especially now that it tracks just to the east of Highway 1. And again, this is the latest scan coming on, Dave. That's pretty concerning to look at.
Yeah.
We can just scan some of the winds right now, and I would imagine them to be 58-mile-an-hour wind, 67. Yep. 68, so we've got some strong winds regardless. They're just above the surface, a little bit more than the surface since this is a bit ways out from the radar itself, but we've got some strong winds aloft that are rotating, and regardless, you're going to see some very strong gusty winds nonetheless.
Yeah, and you know, it may be worth trying to 3D slice this storm if we can do that in regular radar mode. I don't want to put you on the spot too much. It's like asking someone to do some brain surgery real quickly on the fly, but it's a little more complicated. But we're seeing a donut hole developing right in there.
Yeah.
And so, okay, so let me show folks what we're doing here. We now have flipped the storm on its side. All right, and we're looking at it from a 3D perspective. So we're now doing like a core sample, if you will, cutting across it. And now we have a new thing coming in. What is that, Peyton? We just went to purple here on the screen.
Oh, they are now going, it looks like they will be going confirmed, I would imagine.
Yeah,
The purple box is considerable.
Yeah.
So
So this is turning into a very dangerous situation very quickly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take you off the 3D scan like I did, but
no, you're fine.
yeah, that is what we're looking at now. A dangerous situation developing.
Approaching Rolling Fork.
Rolling Fork is going to be our next location. That looks like a donut hole.
So the National Weather Service is noting that we do not have a confirmed tornado with it, but they're going to go ahead and add that considerable tag, which is the purple polygon for the storm over Issaquena County, considering just how strong the velocity data is, which is just what I showed you, considering that they believe that this storm does have the capability to drop a tornado just from how strong the wind field is.
I'd find it hard to believe that it's not.
Yeah, and again, we have a couple of storm chasers out.
And there we
so
go. They just did it now for Sharkey County and Humphreys County. So now we have that out. We don't see this too often. So the considerable tag is, it's, you know, folks, this is the real deal, okay? And we're not going to have a lot of time if you're in Rolling Fork for you to see it and then take action. So this is something where you need to take action now, all right? If you live in Nidayuma or Rolling Fork, take action now. Now is the time to get away from the windows and to start your tornado plan that you have in place, because you're not going to have much time. This is a dangerous storm that is now forming over Issaquena County. I know we say all tornadoes are dangerous, but this is where we have the data. On Willett Road right now, this is where we have the data coming in of considerable inflow and outflow. There's a very tight core in here, and we're seeing a little bit of a donut hole. And what is that donut hole? Well, just picture it this way. You've got the tornado. This would be the walls of the tornado in here, and in the center, it's kind of like a sink. That's where the drier air is. So this could be a large tornado at that. That is currently moving up Willett Road. The ingredients are there. The radar echo is showing us something going on there. And you know, Peyton, a moment ago, she did have a 3D scan on this storm. We were looking at it, we were kind of dissecting it there, and it was interesting to kind of see it. The storm had some pretty good vertical, you know, depth to it. I don't know if you could slide that bar just back a little bit. We can kind of see it, but right in the center core of it here, this is where we're watching, and you know, right there, come on back. That's an indication of some pretty large hail that's probably falling from that storm as well. So this is pretty intense. This is going up to about 27,000 feet in the sky. I'm doing math on the fly here. So, you know, you're going 27,000 feet. It's probably the surface temperature now 70. So you're talking about right here, it's about 0 degrees. And so if it's 0 degrees in that general area, that's where you're going to have some big problems, maybe 10 below 0. You're going to have some large hail falling on that area. Can we go to hail scan real quick, just see if any of that is possibly starting to show up yet?
And they have hail, I believe, in this particular storm.
I saw they were indicating up to quarter-size hail, I think.
They did increase it.
Okay, I figured as much.
An inch and 3/4.
Whoa, that's going to cause some damage. So inch and 3/4 diameter hail is going to cause some damage for there, and we're going to clear up the map for you folks. Sorry, like I said, it's we're doing a little surgery on the storm there in the regular radar. But there's our donut hole, as we call it. That would be where the actual tornado is located, showing up vividly there on the radar.
I do have confirmation. Storm chasers confirm large cone tornado southwest of Rolling Fork. This is still ongoing, and they can hear a roar. And this is coming in from the National Weather Service chat. So anyone in the Rolling Fork, Anguilla area, you need to get in your tornado safe place. This is a very dangerous situation, as we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Yeah,
this is a very serious thing that's going on right now. If we could throw on hail scan real quick, I just want to give folks a little perspective on this. And we are noticing large hail, quarter-size hail falling in here. It's starting to push above that to ping-pong size hail in this. This hail tracker just full disclosure, runs a few minutes behind. It actually measures the hail and then maps it out. So I want you to know that we've got some large hail. Probably what's going on here, it's bringing it up and it's dumping it on the back side of this storm. So this is a dangerous storm. I'm also seeing on the north side of it here, lots of purple. That indicates upper end of the scale. It's probably getting contaminated by some hail, meaning the hail is reflecting back as rain. In this case, we're probably hitting ice is what we're hitting. As I mentioned to you, it looks like the top of this thunderstorm is probably in a zone where it's about 0 to 20 degrees below zero, the actual temperature. So you take all this moisture at the surface, you bring it up into that part of the sky, it freezes, and it freezes quick. And if it keeps going these little loops in the sky, because nothing moves up straight from bottom to top, it actually goes in loops. As it comes down, there'll be a little melting, there'll be some refreezing, and the bottom line is you get a bigger and bigger hailstone each time that happens. So let me tell you, this is dangerous hail, and this is also a potentially dangerous cone tornado. Excuse me, we now have confirmation, a cone-shaped tornado southwest of Rolling Fork. Let's go closer in. I want to warn our folks in Rolling Fork what to do about this storm, but this is a dangerous situation.
And this will track very close to, if not through, Rolling Fork.
There's the downtown area there. This is Highway 61. All right, and Highway 14, and then 16 comes off it. That's where downtown Rolling Fork is. In here, we have very intense winds that are blowing away from the radar, and then right here, the winds are coming back in. This is where the tornado is located. It's located just off Willett Road. It's about to move eastward into the county, into, let me be clear, into Sharkey County right now, nearing Rolling Fork and Riverside Junction.
They will be coming out with a tornado emergency for Rolling Fork. This is a life-threatening situation. This is wording coming in right now from the National Weather Service.
Okay, so a tornado emergency about to go into effect for Rolling Fork.
And here it is.
And okay, there we go. Tornado emergency now issued for the Rolling Fork area and the northern half of Sharkey County. A dangerous situation developing. This is a large tornado, a cone-shaped tornado that is sitting just southwest of town. It is about to move over Rolling Fork within the next 5 minutes or so. If we can maybe track it just a little bit. I know we're really close to it right now. It's very close to Rolling Fork. Again, this is not a potential. This is confirmed by storm spotters on the ground. Also, we've scanned it a couple different ways. It is a potentially large tornado that is about to move through Rolling Fork. We have 5 minutes. That's it. So just take it from me. You don't have 5 minutes, okay? You have a minute. And so what you need to do right now is please cover yourself. If you have a helmet, put it on. All right, right now, if you got the kids, a bathtub would be a good idea. Cover them up, though, if you're putting them in the bathtub. Just get away from windows, because windows can blow out very quickly. Debris can fly in. This is a situation where you really need to take precautions right this moment, okay? This is not a run-of-the-mill typical situation. This is a pretty much high-end, upper end of the scale. We've got the confirmation on the ground. We're spotting a well-defined tornado on radar, and now this is moving towards the Rolling Fork community. It is literally almost there. Can we pull the cone off real quick? Notice what's going on here. If we go a little bit closer, and you can see we're pushing off the scale. With what we're seeing here on those winds. I wonder if you can hit it real quick just to kind of give us an idea, but there's some extremely strong winds in there that are blowing through right now. 76 mile per hour winds. Again, we're doing a quick sampling of the atmosphere here, and you need to understand that these things, when you start seeing colors like that, it's pushing pretty much off the scale. You're starting to get really towards the upper end, the high end of things. So again, a dangerous storm playing out right now. It is moving over Rolling Fork and pretty close to Burma Road. So if you live near Highway 14, Burma Road, this is where the storm is located, and it's moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Damaging wind is likely. A tornado is confirmed with this storm. A tornado emergency in effect right now for the city of Rolling Fork and the northern half of Sharkey County. Here we go. We're going into town here. This is downtown Rolling Fork. This is the tornado showing up on the radar. That's where we have it plotted. Go a little closer in for me. I just want to get some street names out. Carter Brothers Road, Spivey Road right here. Burma Road, I told you, on the south side of 14, now on the north side of 14 where it continues, and then right along Highway 16. The storm is now tracking very close to downtown downtown Rolling Fork. We're in currently we're just outside the Sharkey-Issaquena Hospital right there, and this is where the storm is tracking. So please take cover anywhere along Highway 16 right now in Sharkey County. Take cover immediately. And you can see this storm is moving from southwest to northeast. Hey, guys in the back, if we can, let's get somebody on the phone in Sharkey County as soon as possible, and maybe Humphreys County too, just to get some confirmation on what we're seeing here, because we do have numerous reports coming in right now from people on the ground, spotters that have spotted this storm, even at night. This is lighting up enough where people know what's going on.
There's a lot of lightning with this.
Can we throw on the lightning real quick just to kind of show folks? And wow, yeah, there's so much lightning.
Yeah.
Okay, the whole thing's covered up. All right, this is the real deal. When you see, I've said this a million times probably on TV here, when you see an uptick in lightning like that, and a lot of it, it's just another confirmation. But this is a large scale tornado right now, a large tornado, and one that's moving literally just over the downtown Rolling Fork area, just on the north side of Highway 14 here. So this is moving quickly, 55 miles an hour. Looks like, if we can plot this with extreme accuracy, looks like it's just going to go across Highway 16 just north of downtown Rolling Fork. But still, it's a dangerous storm, and if you're in this area, you don't have enough room for error. So you really need to make sure you take cover. Issaquena County no longer under a tornado warning. The tornado warning has been pulled for Issaquena County, but you can still see that this tornado emergency is in effect right now for Sharkey as well as Humphreys counties. I do not want you to let your guard down, because you have enough time to prepare in Belzona for this. You do not in Rolling Fork. The storm is on you in Rolling Fork right now, and Delta City is another place that will be in the path of the storm. So is the community of Louise and Silver City and Gooden Lake. So I want you to be extra cautious out in this area. Start your tornado plan now. Start getting away from the windows and have a place to go.
And I do want to real quick turn on debris tracker, because
there we go, right there.
Pretty decent debris tracker, as in this, whatever, we have something being aloft from this tornado, and it is now crossing over Highway 61 now, just to the north of Rolling Fork. So we don't know exactly what this is. This may be just trees. This could be something else that does include people's homes. You know, hopefully that's not the scenario.
You don't like seeing this, number one. You definitely don't like seeing it when you're over a populated center right there, and that's what we're seeing. Can I get you to roll it back just a little?
Yeah.
All right. So the only reason why I want to see what happens. So looks like it just came into town from the southwest. Yeah.
I mean, it's almost a direct hit.
I don't like seeing this.
And it's riding right up Highway 61. If it's not gonna hit Anguilla, it's gonna be very, very close to passing directly into
right. So let's explain something to you here at home. All right, you're not going to, when we're showing you stuff on the radar, not everything is going to line up perfectly, and I'll explain to you why. The storm is moving from southwest to northeast. All right, so as it's hitting things and lifting them into the air, it may not show up on the radar directly above it. It could throw it out this way, it could throw it out that way, but the bottom line is we now have confirmation on a debris ball. That means it is picking up debris. When you start seeing this blue in here, when you start seeing those blues, that's your clear confirmation. That's picking up some pretty sturdy debris, and that's what it's doing right now. And this debris, as Peyton said, it could be trees. There's plenty of trees out here in this part of Mississippi, but when it goes through a town like this, and you're still looking at a large debris ball, and in my opinion, the debris ball started to pick up in intensity when it reached Rolling Fork, that's not a good sign. So guys in the back, I know we're efforting to get some communications with Sharkey County. Let's continue to press on that, please. Brandon, if you could kind of help in that effort, I would really appreciate that. We got to get some folks on to talk us through what's happening right now in Sharkey County. I'm also on my Facebook page and monitoring what's going on there as well. Peyton's monitoring communications right now. So we're really staying in touch with what's going on. We're trying to get you the latest information.
I don't know if we do have access to burst back in the back in terms of the videos and images we do receive from the weather app. And if you can safely take any sort of pictures, please do so. But again, this is a very dangerous storm, so we don't want you to put yourself in harm's way. But again, it looks like we are getting images of appears to be a tornado on the ground. It's hard to tell. It's a very low-hanging cloud. But again, anyone in the back, producers, just keep an eye on bursts, because of course there's a lot of other things that we are going to try to do. And also just want to note that the National Weather Service is noting that the tornado debris signature we're watching right now extends to at least 22,000 feet.
So keep that in mind, folks. Let me tell you what that is. We're now at 4 miles into the sky. So the debris is being lofted 4 miles into the sky. This is a powerful tornado, is what we're looking at right there on the screen when you're going that high into the sky. Keep in mind, we were showing you that the temperature, okay, at about 27,000 feet. This is at 22,000 feet. The temperature at 27,000 feet is about 0 degrees. So this is sub-freezing temperatures that this debris is going up into, and now coming back down. Andy Bayou Road, I do want to alert you, close to Highway 14, debris signature, moving towards there. Brandon, also, Brandon, I want to let you know we're getting stuff on burst. If there's a way of you getting those pictures, we got a lot of activity going on. We got Brandon Walker here. We've got the whole team basically kind of working this storm right now for you. Southdale Road is the next place that we're watching with this storm. That's the debris ball. We're just southeast of Anguilla, and it's moving northeastward towards Highway 14. Dowling Bayou Road will be the next road in place. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis is here as well. Again, the whole team's here pretty much, and we're monitoring this. Highway 434 is the next place in line. We have a tornado emergency in effect for Sharkey and Humphreys counties right now. A dangerous tornado, a large tornado that just came through Rolling Fork and is moving northeastward right now, currently going towards Highway 14. And so we want you to be on special alert here. It's not often that we see these tornado emergencies issued, but this is the real deal. And wow, look at that. Look at that wind. This is, again, the outflow of winds. We're at the end of the scale here, folks. This is the wind blowing away from the radar. This is the wind blowing in from the radar. And if we could just get some measurements on that, Peyton, I don't know. You know, we'll try our best, but it's just to show you. Sorry, that went to lightning scan there. But we just want to show you just how intense the winds are here. You don't normally see it in that particular manner where it's really pushing the upper end of the scale. We've got 90-mile-per-hour winds, so we know that's at least EF1 material. Possibly more than that. We've got some 93-mile-per-hour winds, and then we've got winds blowing in the opposite direction that are coming in across Highway 61. So this is a large tornado now that is coming across the intersection of Highway 14, and forgive me, that's Highway 434, but if we can go a little bit closer in just so I can grab that street. That's okay, that's I can't really see it. It's blending in a little bit. So, Sandy Bayou, there we go, Sandy Bayou Road, and then River Road is right beyond that. But this is a very large tornado that's currently moving on through. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, you mic'd up?
Let's see. Maybe I am.
Okay, we'll go with it.
Okay,
I can hear you. And
just talking to Patrice Clark. She was on the phone with the Rolling Fork mayor, and he says that his house was hit by the tornado. So this was a large tornado, and from what we can see, that debris signature goes up 22,000 feet. If that's correct, that's probably EF2 or EF3 strength tornado that just went through Rolling Fork, and it's on the east side of Anguilla right now. We need you to be in a safe place now. This is a serious situation, and probably is on the ground in Issaquena County too, in far northern Issaquena County. So very dangerous situation that's unfolding for northern portions of Sharkey County and for our friends in Humphreys County. You're next in line, Gooden Lake, eventually out towards Isola and Belzona. Friends out that way, you need to go ahead and start making your plans now, because that storm is rolling up towards the north and east at 55 miles per hour. It's not stopping at red lights. It's not stopping at stop signs. It's heading your way. Anguilla, safe place now, especially if you're on the east side of town. Sandy Bayou Road, you see there, Highway 14, that runs you back out towards Midnight and Louise, over into southern portions of Humphreys County. You see Delta City off to the north. Panther Burn's up that way as well, but this storm should be past Panther Burn and Nitayuma. But I wouldn't be surprised that there's debris falling out of that storm up near Delta City and Nitayuma.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. This is a large tornado. And again, an EF2 or EF3 could be easily possible. I mean, I was saying the freezing line, the debris is going higher than the freezing line in the sky. All right, this debris is going up 4 miles, 5 miles into the sky on Debris Tracker. That's really just frightening to think about. How large that is. And I will tell you, the debris ball, in my opinion, from the latest scan, has shrunk back just a little bit. But it really picked up the moment it hit Rolling Fork.
Yes.
And that's the thing. And when I'm looking at this, I mean, this is upper end of the scale. When I've looked at these storms, I've been doing this 10 years here at WLBT today, as a matter of fact. Happy anniversary to me. I'm covering, much like the way I started, I'm covering tornadoes. And you can see that the tornado threat here that's on Highway 14 and Highway 61, those kinds of winds we just don't see very often. And we have the debris ball here. It looks like we have two. Now, it could be that it's just splitting the debris in the sky and that it's fanning out. It could be fanning out in different directions. But this is a very large debris ball that's indicated right now on Highway 434. And then you've got your inflow and outflow winds here very close to the Ritchie community. So let's go forward now. Let's go over here. Let's take a look at what these streets are so folks know. We're getting into the northeast part of...
do you want to go
yeah,
where the debris okay, upstream?
Yeah, let's just, and right now we're on the wind flow, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you can see this is Widow Bayou Road, McPherson Road, and over through 14. Big Widow Bayou Road. These are some of the areas that are going to be impacted. If you're anywhere along Highway 14, all right, you don't have much time. We're talking seconds, maybe a minute. All right, get ready for this storm. Do what you can to protect yourself. It's going to be tough. All right, if it's an EF2 or an EF3, all right, just ride it out as best you can. If you don't have any other place to go in your home right now, all right, a bathroom is a safe bet. It's a safer bet. Get in that bathtub and cover yourself up. If you got some helmets, throw some helmets on. Got the kids, maybe you got the football helmets. Okay, put them on the kids and get them ready for this storm. We want to keep you as protected as possible. Again, Highway 14, northern areas of Sharkey County, a large tornado observed on the ground. Mayor of Rolling Fork telling WLBT News a short time ago, even his house was hit. So I'm working right now to get some folks on the phone here from Sharkey County so we can get you the latest information and just let everybody know what the status is in the Rolling Fork area. So we're working on that right now. Not getting a lot of folks on Facebook commenting from Sharkey County, and that could be because we're without power, with their cell phone service down. Could be a whole multitude of reasons, or we just don't have a lot of folks that have been impacted. But the bottom line is this is a very large, dangerous situation. Let's go back to regular radar for a second. I just want to show folks, again, what's going on in this particular area. We believe the tornado to be right there on Highway 14. That is almost like the little donut hole that's been appearing at times, and the rotation around it would be right in here. Okay, and this is moving now towards the South Bayou Road area and Highway 14. Come on out a little bit more, all right, and around the Midnight community, you're probably going to be next in line for dealing with this storm. So please take this with extreme caution at this point in time, as we are getting indications of a large tornado that is moving through. Let's go to the bigger view real quick, just to give folks an idea. If you're not living in Sharkey County, we are seeing scattered showers on the radar, but nothing as impressive. But a tornado emergency is now in effect for Sharkey as well as Humphreys counties. And Peyton, as you explained the tornado emergency before, they issue it only in certain circumstances.
Yeah, that's when we know that there is a dangerous tornado that is on the ground doing damage. I do want to note that, you know, the debris signature doesn't look as impressive as what we were looking at previously when it was in Rolling Fork. But it's still there, as we now see. It's now crossing over Highway 14.
You know, some folks out here
even as the National
near
Weather Service mentioned,
north of Yazoo City, near Belzona,
south
of Greenwood. This one is heading toward Winona. So this one is a tornado emergency. Nearly mile-wide tornado on the ground with that a few minutes ago. And that's what last couple days we've talked about. If you got that lone storm by itself doing its own thing, that it could be really bad. This is one where the tornado could stay on the ground for a while. There's nothing out there to really kind of impede it. So with that in mind, I'm going to double check our speed. We're going to do a long track on this to give as much heads up as possible in advance of this one, because it's a bad one there. So let's check the wind. And it's going to be moving into, as you can see, we've got a clear-cut, strong tornado on it. And the description there is not pleasant, obviously.
We just don't know what intensity.
And so on this long track, they're going 55 miles per hour on it. So let's keep it 60. And I want to get it timed for folks that are in Winona, because this one is one that will still be causing problems at that point. Winona, I show this getting closer to you by 9:25, assuming about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Duck Hill 9:32, French Camp 9:38, Alva 9:42, Catarata at 9:47, and 951 there, Eupora. It's worth thinking ahead, and this is one where I would highly recommend that if you look around the four walls around you and you look at these tornado safety rules and you don't know that that necessarily applies to you, snap a picture and let some folks know this is a bad one causing significant damage at this instant, and could, no guarantees it'll stay on the ground this long, but could affect some of these folks there. Snap a picture if you know someone that lives in Montgomery, Webster counties. Got a ways to go before it gets to you, but that one is a bad one.
Do we sound like we're lecturing you? You better believe
it's kind of a worst case scenario of what we thought might happen today on going with that, and it is still heading our direction. The tornado warning that
we're seeing this from every angle. We're getting the confirmation it's a tornado, and in fact it looks like it's a large tornado. The debris ball may be shrinking a little bit, not for good reasons. The reason it could be shrinking is over a rural area, not nearing a lot of homes at this point, and as soon as it comes close to another populated area of the road, it could start developing once again. The debris ball is a measurement, okay, of just the debris that it's picking up. But when you start seeing a debris ball like this, and it's seeing a lot of it lofted northward into the northern part of the county, that's just indicating, remember, you're taking all this debris, you're pushing it up in the sky, and then you've got southerly winds between 50 and 100 miles per hour. That's going to push this quite a distance away from the actual thunderstorm, the actual tornadic thunderstorm. So keep that in mind. This is just one measurement that we're showing you of the storm out there. Zoom out a little bit for me. The only reason why I want to do that is because I just want to, again, give folks in Gooden Lake and around Silver City enough time to prepare if we can track it out for these folks, just to give them some arrival times. All right. So now's a great idea, a great time. Take your phone. We are right now streaming through our free First Alert weather app. You don't need to have your TV with you if you're going to crouch down under a staircase, or you're going to a storm shelter, or you're actually going to go hide in the bathtub, whatever the case may be. You can watch us on the free First Alert weather app. We are also on Facebook right now streaming through. Okay, and I understand now we are getting some information. We have someone live from Sharkey County, and for more on that, let's go to WLBT's Howard Ballou.
Yeah, we have Fred Miller. He's a former mayor of Rolling Fork on the phone right now. And Mr. Miller, thank you so much for taking time out. I know things are a little hectic for you right now. Can you give us a description of what has happened in your area to your home?
Well, you know, I praise my wife. She always makes me get in the bathroom. And we did, and it's just like everything you always hear. There was this horrible rumbling sound. Our house began to shake, and we started hearing windows blown out of our den. So once it calmed down slightly, we got out, and we've got a great deal of damage in the yard, in the house. Across the street from us, there are a number of trees down. We've got trees down in our yard. I talked to one of my friends who has worked with me for the last few years, and all I got from her was a text that just said her house was gone.
Oh, my goodness.
So we have no electricity in town. I see some emergency lights and things, but it's bad. And like I said, we're fortunate that we're both fine, and structurally, most of my house looks like it's okay, but we didn't get hurt, and that's all. Everything else can be replaced.
That's extremely important. We're glad to hear that. Give us a little more description of how your house was damaged. What type of damages did your house?
Well, at this point, it's been hard to see. Sure. In the back of our house, we have plate glass windows, and they all just blew out completely. And I've not been able to, because there's no electricity, I've not been able to look in the backyard where we have a number of large pecan trees and other trees to see, you know, what's there. I did see some metal that was down. We've had awnings pulled off the house. It's a two-story, and I've not been upstairs because the lights are out to find out. But we have some huge trees, and we're just fortunate that the trees didn't land on the house.
Right.
Or don't seem to have landed on the house.
Yes, sir. Mr. Miller, about what time did all this start happening? And how long did it last?
It didn't. It probably lasted 5 minutes. Once the tornado warning came in, we got in the bathroom and took some pillows in with us, and we sat there for a while, and then all of a sudden we just started hearing this roaring, and the lights blinked a couple of times, and then they went off, and then we started hearing glass breaking and things popping, and all of a sudden there was a cool breeze coming in the house. So I knew, windows had been blown out.
Absolutely.
But, I'm concerned about, neighbors and people that may be hurt and everything. But there's no traffic out right now.
Yeah. Any indication of any injuries that you know of at this point?
No.
I know it's early on for you.
No, I mean, I continue to get, text messages, and, the people that we work with have a text string. So, I've been watching it, but I've not heard anyone say anything about anyone being hurt yet. Mm-hmm. So I hope that we may have dodged that bullet.
Absolutely. And now, you're a former mayor. Have you experienced a tornado like this before, or a suspected tornado? We're not sure.
No. I've never experienced anything. My wife's family was here in '71 when the February tornadoes came through, but I've never. I mean, we in the Delta in Mississippi, we all get winds, and we all, huddle down when we get warnings like this.
Right.
But I've never seen it. And, it was just recently that we had a pretty good tornado in Anguilla, which isn't but 5 miles north of us.
Okay. All right. Former Mayor of Rolling Fork, Fred Miller, thank you so much. Be safe out there. We know you're busy, and please keep us posted. And thank you for taking time out to talk with us. Let's go back to Dave now.
Thank you.
Yeah, tornado emergency continues in effect. Thank you so much for that, Howard, getting us some information from on the ground there in Sharkey County. Right now, we are watching this tornado moving across. This would be 7 Mile Road, headed towards Gooden Lake Road. Debris signature showing up there, very close to the Midnight community. This is where Highway 149 comes on through. We are getting reports in from Rolling Fork, several vehicles damaged, many homes appear to be damaged. The damage looks pretty significant. We have unconfirmed reports of folks that are trapped in Rolling Fork at this time. So they are definitely in recovery mode. Keep in mind, it's still raining around Rolling Fork. So they're fighting the weather right now as part of responding to anybody who's trapped or any concerns there. This is our debris ball. This is what we're focused on for the actual cell that is going to move across Straight Bayou Road and move towards the Midnight community at any moment. A tornado emergency remains in effect for another 30 minutes. This is going to exit out of Sharkey County and move into Humphreys County very shortly. It's getting very close to the border. In fact, correction. We're now inside Humphreys County and getting close to the Midnight community. We just moved over the border there out of Sharkey County. I want to tell you, in Sharkey County, the weather's still bad. Don't move around just yet, okay? Do the best you can for the time being. We understand the power is out across most of Sharkey County right now, and we think the situation is about to go downhill and be the same here in Humphreys County. Next point will be Silver City. We are 7 miles southwest of Silver City. We're moving pretty quickly here at 55 miles per hour with this storm. You don't have much time. You have literally 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes until this storm arrives in the Silver City area. Here's another scan, inflow and outflow when it comes to winds, and that is showing up very close to the Midnight community now. So that's where this storm is about to move over, the Midnight community. Go ahead, Patrick.
Dave, I was gonna mention that looks very similar to the Easter tornadoes from 2020.
Yeah,
it was in a same distance from the radar site as that, and this storm is putting out debris. It's lofted 22,000 feet up and then getting pushed 8 to 10 miles north away from the center of circulation. Midnight, it's the time to act right now. You've got to be in your safe place immediately. There's no indication that this thing is going to lift. It is on the ground. It's going to be a long track tornado, and it is large. We saw pictures of it as it was moving out of northern Issaquena County. This is a serious situation. Midnight, Highway 149, Silver City, the airport here on the south side of Belzona. You need to go ahead and start taking your tornado precautions. If you know anybody who's traveling along Highway 49 right now from Belzona down towards Yazoo City, give them a call. Tell them it's a no-go because this thing is going to cross right over Silver City if it's deadline center line here. Let's go, Peyton, and zoom out. I want to get a little further out. Again, that is a textbook looking signature. We're looking at probably about 6,000 feet up. And they're going to be coming out with a new warning soon to give as much
advance notice as possible, and that would probably include Holmes County.
Yeah, so probably northern Holmes County, Tchula, out towards Mileston. So go ahead and be in your safe place as well. We're trying to give you as much lead time, and that's what I was going to say. Let's do a storm track into Holmes County with that storm. That is a nasty looking cell. Midnight, it's the time to act immediately. Safe place, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. Again, you know, this is a serious situation. You know, from what we've seen from the pictures, definitely one of those situations that has caused significant damage over in Rolling Fork. There's your new warning that just came out for the same areas I just mentioned: Mileston, Tchula, Kruger. You see also Acona. It clips on the western side of Lexington. I would say if you have a Lexington address, no matter where you are, even though that technically you're not inside that warning and it probably will pass to the north of you, I just go ahead and start looking at this and saying, all right, this is go time. Silver City, it's on top of you. We'll go ahead and just say it's basically on top of you at this point. Tchula is the next major town in line. That'd be about 8:58. Subtract about 5 minutes from that. So we'll say 8:53 or so. Tchula needs to be in a safe place, as well as Kruger. The Sidon community, that's up in southern sections of LaFleur County, about 9:09. Acona, northern portions of Holmes County, right there at the Holmes-Carroll County line, about 9:15, and eventually it makes its way up into southern portions of Carroll County. But again, this has no indication.
And they're still indicating a massive tornadoes on the ground.
Yes, there's no indicator that this thing's going to lift anytime soon.
No.
This is a real deal tornado on the ground situation. There's nothing that's going to stop this thing. The atmosphere, it's out by itself.
And this is one of those significant, possibly large track tornadoes that we were talking about.
Yes.
That we have been talking about.
And it's unfortunate. You know, it's going right through here.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. Okay. Sorry to interrupt you there, Pat. We got a lot of moving parts
going on. A lot of
going
moving
on
parts
here.
right now. Patrice Clark's in here. She was just talking to Howard about, you know, we're getting the significant damage reports there in Rolling Fork. Silver City, it's the time to act right now. You got to be in your safe place. This is one of those situations that, you know, maybe even the safe place might even do it, you know, but we do the course of least regret. You got to be there. Lowest floor, interior room, away from windows. This is a very rural area. A lot of just fields, not many trees out there, okay? There are a couple homes here in Midnight and in Silver City right here, right along Highway 49. As we mentioned, no one needs to be on 49 right now, 49 West. No one needs to be on 49 West from Belzona all the way down to the county line. I'd say all the way down to the Yazoo River. This is, by all indications, on the ground, doing damage, a significant tornado. And based off of the signature there, even if it weren't on the ground, that is a signature that's going to put down a ton of wind. But we know it's on the ground, and we know it's doing damage. We already saw it, and it is a long track situation at this point.
It's coming right for Silver City. That's the thing. And, you know, we've been watching this storm for over an hour now. Peyton and I have been here joined by the rest of the weather team, and we've seen this signature, and we've seen it the whole time. And it's really just been one of those things where we can't measure how bad it is, but we know how bad it is that when it went through Rolling Fork, there are tons of vehicles damaged. There are many homes damaged. Okay, can you give me his name? Okay. All right. Howard Ballou's going to join us now. I believe we have the mayor of Rolling Fork on. So, Howard, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Dave, his name is Eldridge Walker. He is the current mayor of Rolling Fork. We heard from the previous mayor, Fred Miller, just a few minutes ago. Sir, thank you so much for taking time out. I know things are pretty hectic for you right now. Give us an idea of what has happened in your town and what side of town you're on.
I am on the north side of town, and what has happened, we have been hit by a tornado, and it's clear that a lot of damage has been done here. I'm unable to get out of my home. My home has been hit. My garage and the west side of my home has been destroyed. It's leaking inside of my home, but I'm more concerned about what's happening outside in the community. So I'm trying to get out of my home, but there are power lines that's preventing me to do so. So we have a situation here.
Absolutely. You have to take extra precautions there, and please be safe. Are you getting any intel on possible injuries in the area, and was anybody impacted in your family?
Well, not in, really, I don't know, because I have a daughter and a granddaughter that's here in town. I've been unable to reach them, so I don't really know what's happening there. But there are other folk in the community who have been injured, and our first responders are out trying to do all they can to take care of those who's been injured and get them someplace where they can get some some first aid.
So there is reason to suspect that there have been injuries. And what would you tell the citizens of Rolling Fork right now?
Right now, I would tell them to stay in place until some of the first responders can get to them. And if they're capable of getting any communications to anybody about what's happening around them, do so. But right now, all of our first responders are out trying to do all they can to assess what's happening and get the injured to the hospitals for treatment.
And I know you've got a lot on your plate right now, but is there anything you would like to add regarding what's going on in Rolling Fork right now?
No, sir, there's nothing more I'd like to add. I'm just asking your viewers and your listeners to just pray for this community and folk who've been affected by this storm.
Most definitely. Our hearts and thoughts are with you. Stay safe, and we will check back in with you. That's Eldridge Walker, Mayor current of Rolling Fork, giving us an idea of what's happening in that area. Let's check back in with Dave now.
Thank you so much, Howard Ballou. All right, Silver City, I am praying that everyone in Silver City that was watching us, that knows about this storm coming in, whatever way you found out about it, that you're right now in your safe space, your safe place, whatever it may be, that you are right now going through the storm. And I can only imagine how bad it is based on what we've seen with it. Again, getting away from windows. I'll say it ad nauseum. I don't care how many times I have to say it, because every person that can follow this advice, get away from windows. Crouch down, protect yourself with whatever you can so that you're not impacted by flying debris. Please do that if you haven't already done so in Silver City, but you're going through the tornado right now. I want to zoom out a little bit. This is Debris Tracker, and we're going to keep our eyes on Debris Tracker because this will be a telltale sign if it is causing damage in Silver City. Belzona sits just to the north. The good news for you in Belzona is the actual tornado is going to go south of you. It's going to track right across 49 West. The bad news is the weather's still awful. Okay, so it's maybe not as bad as what's happening in Silver City, but it's just awful. All right, and then this storm, we're watching it. Let's go closer back in on Debris Tracker here because I just want to see the next scan or so. But as you just heard, there are injuries being reported in Rolling Fork. There is a considerable amount of damage also in the Rolling Fork area from the storm that hit them just a little while ago. And now here's the Debris Tracker showing it right over Silver City, 49 West and Highway 149. All right, you're going through it right now, and we hope that this is a lower end tornado, but unfortunately everything we're looking at suggests this is a stronger tornado. And if you follow the advice that we've been giving you on going to your safe place, maybe you have a storm shelter, maybe you can protect yourself, even if it comes down to just a table protecting you, whatever you can do to ride this out. Okay, we hope that that's going to protect you, because when you start getting into those situations, you know, Patrick mentioned this looks a lot like the Bassfield, tornado situation. That's hard to think about because even the best advice in that situation wouldn't help some of those folks because it was that bad of a storm. We hope that that's not what we're dealing with here, but I got to tell you, the reports that we are getting from Rolling Fork on air and off the air are significant. We are working to get you additional information. Peyton just informed me a few seconds ago that all of Sharkey County is without power right now.
Almost all.
Almost all.
It appeared that maybe 100 customers without power, but it's upwards of close to 100. I also want to notice that storm spotters are still reporting that this is still on the ground. It just crossed over Highway 49, and the National Weather Service will be upgrading that downstream warning for Holmes County. It has that considerable tag, but that will also become a tornado emergency as well.
So we are tracking, this is a long track tornado. This is what we fear, especially at night. These are the worst things to track because we're lucky that we have the spotters in position that can confirm its existence. That is helping us. But this is one of those things where you have folks that need to get rescued, they need help. And remember, even if the tornado passes, you still have this pounding rain and wind that's coming down. All right, so this just moved over Silver City. And here's the debris field showing up now. This is Debris Tracker just to the east side of town, bounded here by about Main Street in Silver City. All right, and this is now moving out into the open country again of northern sections of Humphreys County. The next place it will wind up is probably close to Grass Lake and Highway 12. So if you live along Highway 12 in western Holmes County, all right, or in the northern part of Humphreys County, you need to take this very, very seriously because we have confirmation on this of a large tornado physically and also a large tornado in intensity that is moving right now over Silver City. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis.
Just seeing this coming in, at least one injury near Rolling Fork after that tornado came through there. At least one injury with that storm moving through Rolling Fork not terribly long ago. As far as we can tell, it's not as deep as far as the tornado. You see they just went up to the considerable tornado emergency for northern portions of Holmes County. That does include Mileston, Tchula, Kruger, okay, right there along Highway 49 East. So we were talking about 49 West. The storm is now moving into the wildlife management or getting close to there, but anybody who's in between Silver City and Highway 12, we need you to be in your safe place, okay? But this is generally a wildlife management area, so the possibility that we may even at times, the debris signature may not look as significant, but that signature of rotation is still significant. That has not changed. The problem is that when we're looking at the debris signature, it has to hit something for us to be able to see it. Now, because this is mainly prairie land and grasslands and fields, it's going to be hard for that to happen, but there are some trees out here, and we may be able to keep that debris signature and be able to pinpoint exactly where it is. But it will cross Highway 12, probably out here near the county line of Holmes and Humphreys County. And if it stays on the same track, and let's just kind of go here, you know, with me, Tchula, dead ringer. If it doesn't turn right, which it could very well turn right a little bit more away from the flow, if it does do that, it's more so Mileston, but right now it looks like it's more so Tchula or in between the two towns. But at any rate, these two areas, if you live in Mileston or Tchula, I'd be looking at that and saying, I need to get to where I need to get and get safe. If you don't feel safe in your home right now, take the time immediately. If you can get to somewhere quickly that you feel a little safer, maybe you got a house maybe right down the road, you live in a mobile home, and you got your mom's house or grandma's house is a little bit more sturdy, get there now in Tchula, okay? Don't take the extra minute. Go there now. Yeah. Okay. We can give you. Let's put a storm track on that. Well, I'm saying that because I don't want people to be out there.
We've got
in
about
10 minutes.
But just between Tchula and Mileston, we have about 2,000 residents in that area. So this is significant.
So we're saying 9 o'clock in Tchula. About that. Subtract 5 minutes. So really, again, Tchula's small. Okay. Small town. Same thing with Mileston. Small community up there along 49 East. Take the time right now. Get to your safe place immediately, okay? If that just happens to be the house down the road at your grandma's or your mom's, get there now, okay? Because this is not a storm to mess with. We've already seen the damage as it made its way across Sharkey County, through Sharkey County. It's moving through Humphreys County. I would go ahead and say that based off of what we've seen, midnight to Silver City, probably tornado damage through there. This thing has been on the ground the entire time. It will cross Highway 12, and if it stays on the same track, very close to Tchula and Mileston, it's heading in your direction, crossing 49 East, and coming up on the other side of Highway 12, because you know Highway 12 stops here at Mileston, and then you turn north to keep going on Highway 12 to head out towards Lexington. That storm right there has no indicators that it's not going to keep doing what it's doing. No indicators that it's not going to keep producing a tornado. It may get a little weaker. Hopefully that's the case, but there's no indicators that say that this thing's going to completely lift here in the short term.
And this honestly is reminiscent of probably the last time I can remember where we had a long track tornado like this that just didn't let up, and that would be back to the Bassfield situation of 2020. And so you can see right now that it's about to approach Grass Lake. What are you looking at here? I want to make sure that everybody's clear on what we're showing you. This is the inflow and the outflow of winds, all right? And that's upper end of the scale right there, my friends. Now, I know we're a few thousand feet up in the sky here, okay? But that's really significant when you have this kind of coupling in the atmosphere, all right? And that is a significant storm, not just by size, but also by intensity, and we can't underscore that enough. Let's look at Debris Tracker again. And Debris Tracker has really shrunk, and that's because, as Patrick noted, this is really grassland, grass lake, grassland out here. There's not a lot as far as population is concerned, but it is nearing, all right, parts of western Holmes County. And in that Tchula, Mileston area, there's about 2,000 people that reside here, right along Highway 49. Okay, and this is something that's very concerning. So this is where the debris ball is kind of lessening up a little bit, but we're going to be watching it very closely. Peyton.
Storm spotters are reporting that there is significant damage just south of Highway 149 and Highway 49 with a search and rescue underway in Silver City.
All right, that's right here on the map, just so everybody gets perspective. This is where the storm came from just a few minutes ago, moving through Silver City. That's to be expected because of the significance of this storm. Intensity, long track tornado, a violent tornado at that, and we're thinking it's got quite a bit of intensity. Patrick.
35 to 40 miles on the ground so far. 35 to 45
That's
miles.
how long this thing's tracked.
Yeah.
And it's still got a ways to go.
Yep, unfortunately.
Still got a ways to go. We've got Holmes County in front of us here. If you're in Belzona, the tornado from this particular cell, the tornado threat has lifted, but you're still dealing with quite a bit of heavy rain out here. Can we go to regular radar just for a second before we start getting back into a populated area? Let's pop out a little bit here just to give folks perspective. You may not be where this storm is impacting. This area that we're looking at here, western Holmes County and northern Humphreys counties, about 60, 70 miles northwest of Jackson, just to give you perspective on it. Let's go to regional radar. I just don't want folks to miss out on anything. I don't want you to think we're ignoring one for the other, but obviously we have a very dangerous situation with several people being injured now. A long track tornado going through our lower Delta counties here. There's not much going on in the metro at this point. This is the back edge of the storm system. We can at least see that. I'm happy that we can see that. It can't get here soon enough, but it's out there nonetheless around Monroe. That is about 120 miles, that is about 80 to 120 miles west of Jackson. So we're getting a little clarity here as to how far the back end of this storm is right now. Okay, so we have some pictures that we're now getting in as well. We'd like to share with you. Tornado damage from Sharkey County. This is to show you. And you can see that there's a lot of trees knocked over. It looks like a lot of the trees are stripped there of any leaves that they may have had prior to the storm moving in. Again, this is at nighttime. Here's another picture taken. You can see that tree. Now, that could be a dead tree for all I know, but I'm looking at the other trees in the background, and they are all stripped, it looks like. So, again, a horrible situation playing out in Rolling Fork tonight. Fred Miller supplying those pictures to us. We've talked to the mayor who's trapped in his home. We have had confirmed injuries and quite a bit of significant damage from vehicles to homes and reports of people that are trapped in their homes right now. Much of Sharkey County is without power. Power outages have been resulting, of course, from this storm. And as we continue to look at this, which is near the Grass Lake community, nothing's changed. It's just the same storm moving over new territory now, and this is going to continue to move across Highway 12 here in the Grass Lake area and eventually wind up close to Tchula and Wyatt in the near future. Now, if it can maintain this, it might be more of a Tchula to Kruger type of storm on Highway 49 east. Regardless, we're now about 10 miles away. I'm going to tell you the rate this thing's moving, you're 5 minutes out. You've got 5 minutes. Even though it says 9 o'clock, pretend this is off by 5 minutes, because the way this thing is moving, you're not going to have a lot of time. Once it's on you, you can't do anything at that point. This looks like a very violent tornado
and
a large one.
To 60 mile an hour.
Wow.
So it's now moving at 60. So we have it increasing in speed. That means we know the winds are 60 miles per hour. We know what 60 mile per hour winds can do. And when Peyton was measuring this before, we were about 100 miles per hour going up in the sky a little bit. So we know what we're looking at here. We know what this is. And this is going to be moving through the northwest part of Holmes County here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. A tornado emergency remains in effect for much of this area, and for good reason.
Just looking at this, Dave, I mean, you know, that you can't. This is unmistakably a dangerous situation, and I'm glad that we zoomed out. We told y'all today, listen, there may be a few storms out there, just a few, but they will be mighty wherever they just happen to be. And unfortunately, we also honed in on the South Delta and said, hey, probably we have one or two storms flaring up down south. The next thing is going to happen. The storms are going to flare up to the north and west. That's what's happened. Now, we are still seeing that debris signature. It's not as bright. It doesn't have the blue in there, but it is still a debris signature nonetheless. That has just crossed Highway 12 near the Grass Lake area. Again, this is in wildlife management area, so there are likely not many folks who live in this area, but The folks who do live out here, this is an impactful situation. Obviously, the next area in line here would be out near Tchula. The one thing that may be a saving grace, it will be a close call. I still think that Tchula, you've got to be in a safe place no matter what. It looks like it may be, and correct me if you think I'm wrong here, it may have turned a little bit more to the left. Let's just roll this back a little bit and see. It seems like it's just a straight line, but it may have turned just enough that it may pass just north of Tchula downtown, but it doesn't matter. If you got Tchula address, I'm still at my safe place.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it was looking more of a Mileston Tchula problem before, especially if it would have turned more to the right. But this thing's maintaining almost like a beeline path, going from southwest to northeast. So I really do think it's going to be Tchula, Wyatt, somewhere in there between Kruger and Tchula. If this turns right, it's a bad place right now for it to turn right. Yeah, because that would take it right over Tchula. We got 1,600 residents in Tchula right there alone. Rolling Fork has about 1,700 residents. So we're getting into some population centers here, and that increases the risk of injury and, of course, significant damage. Most of Sharkey County right now is without power. Damage is reported to be quite heavy in many places and significant. We also have damage reports coming in from the Silver City area of Humphreys County. So this is a dangerous situation, and now when you're looking at this area, we've got time to get you ready, all right? The debris ball may not look like much, but there's not much around the Grass Lake area. In all due respect to anybody who lives close to Grass Lake, I'm just talking about sheer numbers of population. There's not a lot of folks that live near there. There's not a lot of trees either. It's a grassy area. So as a result, the debris ball is not going to be large anyway, under any circumstances. But now, as we're going to start getting into western Holmes County, we're going to start getting into more trees. We're going to start getting closer to population centers such as Tchula and a little bit of Wyatt. We are possibly going to see more problems unless this tornado just somehow starts to weaken or lift up into the sky, and I hope it does that. I'm all for it, but I'm just telling you right now that's not the case. Getting some reports here. Katie Fennell checking in on Facebook saying around up from Yazoo all the way up through Belzona, the sky just is lighting up constantly. It just continually lit up. That is common in this type of situation. We do see lightning, which is frequent, if not just continuous, when you have tornadic activity like this. Another thing that we've been noticing with this is hail. And the hail's been changing from time to time during the course of this evening with this particular storm. We had some large hail a little while ago. Now we just have a generalized amount of penny-size hail from this storm as it's moving from southwest to northeast. But before it made it into Sharkey County, the hail was actually quite a bit larger, and in fact we were getting indications that the hail was 1 3/4 inches. I think they've dropped that now to quarter-size hail, if I'm not mistaken, Peyton. But again, this storm is going to come very close to Tchula, and I just can't explain enough about what I'm seeing here, that this is something you just don't see very often. What we're looking at here, winds blowing away from the radar, winds blowing into the radar. This is your tornado. When you have conflicting winds like this, you've got your circulation. In this case, we're at the end of the scale here just about, all right? And when you start seeing that, that's just not common. And when you see it, you don't see it over a long period of time. We've been talking about this, I don't know, 30 minutes now? It's been like this, maybe longer, this particular inflow and outflow field. And so this is something that's really, really dangerous, and again, very indicative of a long track tornado, and a nighttime one too, which again just lends itself to how severe the situation is right now. Areas of western Holmes County, please get ready. It is now moving in. Patrick.
I was just going to say, let's back down into western Humphreys County really quick, because it looks like we may have something trying to spin up back over here closer to midnight. Let's go over to velocity. See right there?
There you go.
That wouldn't be a good situation.
That's not a good situation, because
it would be falling in the same path.
Same path. You know, dueling tornadoes. Remember that, Dave?
Yep.
Unfortunately, there's still a tornado warning in effect, obviously, for Humphreys County. I'm watching that, though, and saying, okay, something's not right there. We may have a redevelopment of another tornado about 10 miles to the south and west of the current one that's about to head into Tchula. So we're going to watch that. There's no indicator right now that says, okay, that's a tornado, but it does look like it is increasing in rotation back here. Let's go back over to traditional radar really quick. Just want to see what that looks like. And yeah, you see the hook, you see the inflow notch there. So that's approaching Highway 14 and Highway 149. This is the same area that we just talked about that just got wrecked by a tornado about 15-20 minutes ago. And we have reports of significant damage around Silver City at 149 and 49 West. And we have search and rescue ongoing out there. So we need to get some heads up here for the folks who may be out and about trying to help others, because there might be another tornado trying to form back here on the back side of this thing, trying to lift off to the north. Now let's go back over here to the main one. Don't try to go out and look for it, because it's definitely rain wrapped. But circulation right there. There's the town of Tchula right here. Here's Highway 12. Once you head out on Highway 12 about 3 or 4 miles, you start heading up into the hills. You start getting up into the trees. But this is still all flat land. But if you're in Tchula right now, let's go over to Velocity. You see that where it's currently located at? It's near the river. Circulation maybe about a mile or two to the north, but you're getting strong winds no matter what. Near the Wyatt community as well, about 2 or 3 miles north of Tchula. Safe place now, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. This is an extremely dangerous situation. And I think that as we get into Holmes County a little deeper, into more of a forested area, I think we're going to start to see that this thing is still churning and still on the ground and still causing damage right now. But again, based off of what we're seeing, we have this main one. The second one we're watching near midnight. You got to be in a safe place. I'd say if you're in midnight, there's technically still a tornado warning out for you guys. Go ahead and be in a safe place, midnight in Silver City, because this thing is heading in your direction. And if you know somebody who may not have power, you got to text them and let them know now that midnight Silver City, there's a circulation coming up for 149.
Getting a lot of stories right now that are coming out of the rubble in parts of Sharkey County. A restaurant that's in Rolling Fork named Chuck's was heavily damaged tonight. There were a lot of people apparently eating there in the restaurant, maybe working there as well. Some of them wrote it out in the freezer, of all things. From what I understand, they're okay. They're just trapped. We're getting reports that a lot of people are trapped in Rolling Fork. We know this. But they survived. So that's the good news. The restaurant, they said, is heavily damaged. Again, some of the stories that we're getting from this are just unbelievable. And we're obviously, at least at this point, it's okay. We haven't heard too many reports of injuries, but again, the damage looks like it's pretty significant right now. This is Debris Tracker, and we are getting closer and closer to Highway 49. There's Tchula, just to show you the streets of Tchula here, the downtown area. You start getting farther north towards Wyatt, and this is where the storm is going to come very close, the cell right there, to Highway 49, right by where the Wyatt community resides. That is where the debris tracker is located right now. A lot of folks giving us these reports. I appreciate you so much for sharing them with us. We want you to be safe, and we are working to get additional folks on the phone and reports for you. Obviously, when we're reaching out to emergency officials, a lot of them are busy right now handling the situation at hand, so we can only grab them for a second or two. They may not be able to talk to us on the phone, and that's completely fine. We understand that, but we're still going to reach out and try to get information to you as much as possible. I do know there are a lot of folks right now on Facebook asking about family and friends in these areas, and we can't get you that information specifically because of the fact of what we're dealing with right now with this tornado moving on through. All right, so we zoom out a little bit. Debris tracker looks a little promising at this point. Again, it is approaching the Wyatt area. It's going to be north of downtown Tchula, but this storm is again one to be reckoned with, and it's continuing to move northeastward towards the open areas of northern Holmes County here, just coming out of Grass Lake. In fact, right now it's moving right over Wyatt there. That's where the debris tracker is, and there's not much to the debris ball at this point, but that still looks like this. Look at this tornado. They won't line up exactly. All right, when you look at the map, you may say, well, wait a minute, the debris tracker's here, but the actual inflow and outflow is here. Remember, the storm is probably wiggling in the atmosphere here. It's not straight from bottom to top. It's probably, has leanings and whatever. So you're going to see differences, especially over altitude. You'll see differences as to where the storm is. We're a little bit higher up in the storm, and that thing is moving so quickly. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. This thing is racing. I don't know, 60, maybe 65 miles per hour, but it just crossed Highway 49, and it is now moving further and further to the northeast towards the Adair area. Alcona, You're going to need to prepare for this, but this may miss you. If this keeps going on this path, we think it's probably going to be out of Holmes County in the next 20 minutes or so. And let's hope so, because this is a mess right now.
And it looks like they updated the warning there. Instead of going with the tornado emergency, it's still a confirmed tornado, but with considerable damage possible. But they did take away the tornado emergency for that storm. But still, needless to say, it doesn't matter. Tornado's a tornado, and we know it at this point. As we were looking, the debris signature may have lifted a little bit. It's going through a rural area, so we may have not seen very much, but it's about to go through not necessarily a more populated area, but it may be going through a more forested area. Because as you get up here past the bluff, that's when you start getting up in the hills and you start getting up into some trees here. So I think that based off of the indicators, and we know how strong these updrafts have been so far today, it wouldn't be surprised if we see that debris signature come up. And there's all indicators that this thing's probably still on the ground, so it doesn't matter. Even if you don't have a debris signature or not, it's more than likely based off of just the rotational signature that this thing's still on the ground at this point in time.
And just want to mention that report about Chucks. I want to give credit to Anna Sanchez for reporting that to us. That was back in Rolling Fork. Now here we are again in Silver City, potentially
and
another cell.
The warning for this area, I don't know if it was expired or canceled, but it's no longer in effect. Mm-hmm. So we need to keep a close eye on maybe the secondary rotation that's trying to get going as we were watching. If there, we don't have any confirmation, of course, of anything on the ground, but and even with that scan, it looks maybe a little bit more intense as that now moves away from Silver City. So we're
there's definitely rotation there. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and that's just one to watch, but of course, not as intense as the one that we've been following.
Yeah, this is something that I can tell you right now. This is stuff that they're probably going to put in textbooks, because this thing has just been, so well defined here for such a long period of time. What do you think? We're up to 50 miles now on this path?
It's probably 50, 55 miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
This would rival that Easter set. Back in 2020. And I was at School Talk today, and somebody asked me, when was the last time that we had an EF4 or EF5 tornado? And I thought about it, and it was the Easter set, and then there was the one in Sandy Hook in Marion County the week later. Mm-hmm. We are no stranger to these things, but this part of the world, I don't think has seen a large tornado like this in quite some time, and especially one that has been long tracked like this. It wasn't terribly long ago that we just had the anniversary of the 1971 tornadoes through the South Delta.
That's what he was just talking about when we were speaking. I believe it was the former mayor or the current. I can't remember.
The former mayor.
Okay, and he said that they haven't seen anything like it since then. Just getting the initial damage reports out of Rolling Fork, Silver City, it's pretty bad. So we're waiting to get additional reports, checking things out. It's just awful on a Friday evening to have this happen. But again, after dark, which makes it that much more frightening for a lot of folks. We just hope that you're staying safe. A lot of folks are without power. And the other problem that we're dealing with too is cell phones. Mm-hmm. Cell phone towers could be heavily damaged in these areas too. So trying to deal with communications is not so easy. They're typically, just so you know how things work, typically even if all the cell phone towers are knocked out, police communications usually have another tier where they can still get communications out, regardless of whether you're using a cell phone tower. Now, a lot of times it's satellite or it's a different form of communication. So I just want you to know that, but not a place you want to be in this situation. Peyton.
We are getting reports of severe destruction on Jackson Avenue in Silver City, numerous entrapments with significant injuries. So that's something that we definitely do not want to hear.
Yeah, I saw some communications. I couldn't verify it, but I saw some communications from Pafford and some of the ambulance companies, and they were talking about the size of the tornado that they were getting reports of. Let's share good news wherever we find it, okay? The debris ball isn't that impressive at all. It's barely existent right now with this storm. That's the great news. The bad news is we have a well-defined circulation here that is still sitting in the northern part of Holmes County. This will exit Holmes County by about 9:15. So in about 10 minutes or so, we will have this exit the area, and that's certainly some good news. Let's take a look at the rest of the region here real quick. Let's do regular radar for just so folks that may not be in this area get a perspective, because we want to know what's still in store for this evening. All right, so the metro is just seeing scattered showers. The bad stuff is right here, Holmes County moving northward. We have to pay very close attention to this. What you see here west of Vicksburg, up through Rolling Fork to Silver City, more thunderstorm activity trying to develop, and we're not theoretically in the clear until we get rid of this. This is the back end of that storm system. So I just want to let you know that we still got a little ways to go here before we can let our guard down. We are all under this, most of us are under this tornado watch until midnight tonight. I say most of us. The southernmost counties have not been included in the tornado watch. All right, but right now, we've got a long track tornado that continues moving through northern Holmes County. Doesn't look maybe as impressive on regular radar as it did, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 minutes ago, but you get the idea, and it's just about to cross the border here and be outside of Holmes County and basically moving into north central Mississippi away from our viewing area before long. But we still have these thunderstorms that are lurking out there in the lower delta, and that line of storms, as it moves into more instability, could cause problems. Patrick.
Just seeing some reports coming in. A few miles north of Tchula near the Wyatt area. Trees and power lines are down, still assessing damage up that way. And looks like a new watch is probably going to come out that's going to be downstream of this one that's currently in effect. And to your point, Dave, when we were looking at the hour-by-hour forecast today, let me tell you, that model has played out almost perfectly today. Look, debris ball signature right there.
There we go.
There it is. Get in those hills, and next thing you know, it's on the ground. And
it's probably bouncing right now. That's the whole thing. And
it probably never left the ground. It just was moving over an area that wasn't
no debris.
No debris.
Yeah.
Even though that we know that trees are down in this area right now along 49 East, which we're just now getting that word in. The thing is that as I mentioned earlier, we tracked that first storm that went up through Rankin County and Simpson County. That was well defined on our hour-by-hour forecast model this morning, okay? And it never left. It was on there for 3 consecutive runs. The same thing is happening right here. 8 o'clock in the evening, storms are flaring up over in northeastern Louisiana, going up through the South Delta, and the storms that Dave was just mentioning that are starting to flare up back over towards Vicksburg or north of Vicksburg, those could very well become supercellular. These storms are not overturning the atmosphere. This is a very odd situation. Sometimes we talk about the storms overturning the atmosphere. This is not happening today. Until that squall line comes through here, the atmosphere is not going to overturn. So this thing is going to be rocking and rolling until it's done with us. We've been talking about that pressure cooker. Well, the pressure cooker is done, and it blew its top this afternoon. Again, tornado on the ground here, moving up through northern portions of Holmes County. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. Again, this would be like up here near Black Hawk and Oconto, across Highway 17 here soon enough. And you see some of these roads here. Let's see here. This will be Banks Road, Providence Road, High Cotton Road, as well as Phillips Road, Randall Road. I think that's Oldman Road. Again, needless to say, this is moving off to the north and east. This will cross 17 north of Lexington, but you may have a Lexington address if you're on the north side of town, heading up Highway 17, heading up towards the Carroll County line. But right now, definitely tornado down on this one. Probably never left the ground, to be honest with you, based off of what we've been seeing. That circulation definitely there and lifting off to the north. Let's go back over to the storm that's in Humphreys County, because while we've been tracking this one.
And it's funny because, not funny, but they are noting that
it's starting to wrap up.
Yeah.
And this one may be something that we have to pay attention to, especially around Tchula.
Yes.
It looks like it's going to track almost paralleling this path. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. So Tchula, I would say just go ahead and be in a safe place. We're out in this rural area that we were talking about. This is a wildlife management area right here, but that thing is wrapping up quick, and it is maybe smaller in stature than what you just saw moving through here about 20 minutes ago. But that thing right there is definitely going up, and looks like they just issued. Did they issue a new tornado warning on that?
They are just continuing.
Continue this one.
Yes.
Okay, but this is about to move into that tornado warning anyways, and based off what we're seeing, it's about to roll over the exact same area. It is paralleling that tornado. It is eerily reminiscent of what we had back in Easter of 2020 when we had two EF4 tornadoes 8 miles apart from each other at the same time.
Yeah.
Basically in the same vein.
I remember thinking to myself, is this real?
It was real, but it didn't feel real.
It didn't.
Not
when
that
you see
day.
something like that. And that was the first time in my 30 years of doing TV that I ever saw anything like that. You know, watching this second cell starting to develop here, let's pay attention to it very closely, see what it's going to do. It's right now near the Grass Lake area, which again, similar track to the storm before it. This looks a lot smaller than the first storm, but this just goes to show. And I think I said this tonight earlier, if you caught it. I said after 7 p.m., this will be a different storm system. We're going to know what we're dealing with after 7 p.m. During the day, you pretty much have the sunlight that acts as the fuel. But at night, this tells you what true ingredients are out there. We just had a tornado come through this area, folks. Didn't do a thing to the atmosphere. Did not do a thing. In fact, probably fed off of it, honestly, is what it did. And so I'm letting you know that while this one cell here is about to exit Holmes County, we got this other guy here near Grass Lake, and we have to pay close attention to it because, again, if this one didn't take out the atmosphere and knock it down a notch, this one's just going to feed off of it as well. There's no reason to believe any otherwise. So that's really what we're looking at here. Let's look at the regular radar for a second because I want to show folks, even if you're not getting the tornado and you're still in Holmes County, you still have this very intense rainfall. All the way back to Belzona, it's raining hard. It's raining in Silver City, where there's significant damage that's been reported and injuries too. And so we go a little bit further out. Let's get the bigger picture again for everybody so they can get an idea. We still have this line of storms that we got to watch. It's coming out of Sharkey and Issaquah counties. It's headed for Warren. It's headed for Yazoo, and it's headed for Holmes counties. And then we can't turn our heads on this. This isn't producing any tornadic weather at this point in time, but this really is representing the back edge of the storm system, which is still a few hours away. Big story, though, for tonight is significant tornado damage and injuries being reported in Rolling Fork, as well as Silver City, Mississippi this evening from a large and also a significant tornado that struck the area. You can see debris ball right now just south of the border here. It's about to move into the north central, that'll be Montgomery County, and then come out a little bit more. That's the debris field there, and then come out a little bit more. We're going to go farther west, and that's where we're going to pay attention to what's happening near Grass Lake. No debris signature with it right now. But this particular storm is also racing northeastward, and this will be placed into that same tornado warning area within the next couple of minutes. It's moving very quickly. This is going to track just north of Tchula. Sound familiar? It's going to track just north of Tchula across Highway 49. This is a circulation at this point. This is not the same thing as this tornado that is now crossing the line and moving out of Holmes County. So somewhat of some good news that the worst of the storm is now exiting our viewing area, but we still have to pay very close attention to what this particular cell is starting to do. Patrick?
I was going to say, I was just kind of seeing if they were going to go ahead and issue a new warning on this, but, it's running into the same warning.
Yeah.
So it kind of covers it no matter what. Even if this is not producing a tornado, it has the look of it, and we're already on the air, so we might as well go ahead and talk about it because this thing's going to head in your direction, the same spots that we literally just talked about not terribly long ago. As this one's leaving, this one's heading out now, Passaconau up towards Black Hawk and Highway 17. Up here in southern portions of Carroll County, northern portions of Holmes County. If you're in Lexington, again, the second one's going to pass north of you too, but still, it's there. It's unmistakable. Let's go over to debris signature and see if we see anything. And nothing of note, not like what we saw obviously earlier. That's good news. Let's hope that it stays that way. But just based off of that, it's hard to mistake that something could try to get going with this. On the broader scale, the one thing I try to emphasize today, and I think all of us try to emphasize, not everybody's going to see storms. We've been talking about storms up here in the South Delta for the last hour and a half now, and we really haven't talked about everybody else. I understand if you're in Jackson, if you're in Brookhaven, you're in Macomb, it's been quiet here recently. There's some rain showers out here. I get it. I understand. But unfortunately, we know that we had a tornado come rolling through Rolling Fork, without a doubt. Injuries reported. We know without a doubt Silver City got hit by a tornado, same one. And that storm is now exiting out of the area, heading up towards the north.
Clear-cut, long-track tornado circulation still on this. I placed that moving toward Winona, Bellefontaine, Eupora. I'm going way beyond where the warning ends. So, Winona, 9:39. We've been talking about you for about 40 minutes now. So potential that this could be a tornado that moves through or very near the Winona area. We've already had locations that have had damage related to this.
2 degrees outside like we're forecasting tomorrow. It's not going to be a great day for you guys because you got to deal with a whole new outlook on life very quickly. Again, storm exiting out towards the north and east, heading up into Carroll County. So the lead circulation that we've been talking about that has been on the ground since, I would say, probably northern Issaquena County is now moving up into Carroll County. So we know we probably have some folks up here in southern Carroll County that are watching this. It's crossing 430 and heading up towards the north. It will cross 55 probably up near Winona and Baden, between Winona and Baden. So up near Carroll County, Montgomery County, here very shortly. That secondary circulation, watching that closely. Tchula, Wyatt, Highway 49 East, it will cross there here shortly. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought they were issuing they downstreamed the warning from Carroll County, but I didn't know if it was for that new rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's inside the polygon now. And, you know, it was the same thing that happened earlier when it was in Humphreys County. It was like, it was just there inside of the polygon, so just kind of let it ride. But the fact is that it's there, and it is possible that we could have to tangle with that. Like you said, a new tornado warning just came out, and they did downstream that to include Baden and Winona and off to the north and east. So, again, that lead circulation finally exiting, new circulation approaching 49 east. And as we mentioned, again, few but mighty, and this has been the mighty up here in the South Delta. Dave?
At 9:19. By the way, our tornado warning for down south has come out, and it's one of those higher end tornado warnings. We'll talk more on that here in just a second. We've talked a lot about it. Hopefully we've given you an extended heads up. If that warning's coming through for you now, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Again, right there, moving toward New Albany. While I have not had confirmation of this producing tornado damage in New Albany, 9:29, we need to be in that tornado safe place for you just in case. The atmosphere is structured where strong tornadoes are a possibility out of this, so we just need to assume that's what it is. And if you live, or if you know somebody that lives ahead here, snap a picture, send it to them, and let them know that tonight's not a night to mess with. We've already had at least one very significant tornado in the state, and thoughts and prayers with the folks down there. Rolling Fork, excuse me, and then back towards Silver City, unfortunately. So these are your unsafe places. Cars and trucks, mobile homes, upper floors, rooms with windows. Snap a picture, send this, and so that if someone you might know is living in one of those unsafe places or planning to stay in one of those unsafe places, that's not good enough tonight. I'm going to briefly show you a picture of some hail that came through the Oxford area. Kerrigan sending us this picture here when this storm moved through Oxford a little bit ago. That's a pretty jagged, pretty large piece of hail. Hard to say how large Kerrigan's hand is, but that's a pretty large hailstone there as well. So unfortunately, some damage hail potential showing up with that as well. And so that's still a possibility out of this thunderstorm as it moves closer to New Albany in the next little bit here. So as we pull that down, our tornado warning, as anticipated, extended all the way past Eupora at this time into Webster County. Just behind the scenes here, if you'll let me know where Ethan is, not Ethan, where Gabe and Chris are, just so we have an idea of where they are. I just want to make sure they don't go too far south into this, because I don't know that they'd be able to get past this in time. I know they wouldn't, and I know that they shouldn't try to. So Winona, we've been mentioning it over and over again. We've said your name a ton of times. This is heading toward you right now, an area of rotation that has been a confirmed tornado for most of the last hour plus, and could potentially still be causing tornado damage. In fact, right there south of Tchula, that is just east of Highway 17. That is still an area of tornado debris being detected on Storm Track Doppler radar from this tornado. So the description from the folks at the National Weather Service on this, a large tornado producing considerable damage ongoing right now that's moving toward the Winona area. So as I get you a closer track in here, 9:37 for you. We've been give or take about 5 minutes on that time for quite a while now. We need to make sure we're in our tornado safe place there. a report of the Sharkey-Issaquena Community Hospital back there in the Rolling Fork area where this tornado first started inflicting damage. Reports of damage to the hospital there in Rolling Fork related to this. Unfortunately, those damage reports continue to come in related to this storm and will for a while. I want to bring in our meteorologist John DeLusick, who's been looking at this in more detail. This is a bad one.
Yeah, this is a bad one because I'm reading. So we cannot yet say upon confirmation from our spotters. Yes, even Silver City too. Not Rolling Fork, and both Rolling Fork and Silver City. Bad one, and this is a bad one heading toward the Winona. I'd say, yeah, Winona, Kill-Michael, all those areas that are right there. Everybody south of Winona, in the Winona area, everybody. Well, look out, this is a bad one. This is like a bowling ball going through.
The reports of significant injuries. We're hoping it doesn't become more than that.
Yeah.
So strong tornado on the ground. Let's adjust everything forward. New scan there. Strong tornado approaching I-55, approaching Winona. Let's get the exact angle right. So I think it's conceivable that the tornado might have lifted briefly, but it's definitely still on the ground causing damage at the moment. That's a pretty significant damage signature. So based on the exact angle, I want to get this right. Okay, and let's track. I mean, that's not good. I mean, it's heading right toward Winona. So Winona, based on about 50, 55 miles per hour, and John will double check the speed on this just to make sure we've got it exactly. I think that's still what it is. We show about 11 minutes and 11 miles away from Winona, middle of town. We show it now, obviously, near I-55, southwest of Winona. We're looking at 9 minutes and 10 miles from you. Damaging tornado. The description by the National Weather Service that the debris is being lofted at least 12,000 feet. Why is that important? When we start talking about debris lofting, we can use the science related to that to figure out how strong it is. Now latest report, 16,000 feet. Typically, when we're talking about 13 to 20,000 feet, 16,000 feet in the middle, we'd be talking about an EF3 tornado. For perspective, the tornado that came through Tupelo in 2014 was an EF3 tornado. The one that moved through the north side of Columbus, not Steen's last November, but a couple years back, that moved through the north side of Columbus there, kind of very near downtown, and moved north and east. That was also an EF3 tornado. So we're talking strong tornadoes that have the potential to do damage to sturdy structures. So we need to make sure, if you live in Winona, as you can see the time ticking down there, less than 10 minutes, less than 10 miles away, we have a tornado that is likely causing damage and could be a strong tornado at this moment. We're waiting, unfortunately, for the next update on just how high that debris is being lofted, but we have to make the assumption that this one could be a really, really bad one as it approaches Winona. Another way I can tell you that is my radar's all over the place. There we are. It's cleaning up a little bit there. Still difficult on the rainfall mode, or on the wind mode even, to pick it up. Rainfall mode's a little clustered. I think that is probably my debris. It is. See that brighter return we have there, those brighter reds? It's very reflective, meaning it sends back a lot of energy to the radar because it's hitting big stuff. So clearly, Winona, we need to be in that tornado safe place. I'm going to get you the all track here for a moment. Everything I can throw on it. And then we got to go north to Union County. So Winona, 9:35, 10 minutes. This is a tornado that has caused significant damage. This is a tornado that may have caused loss of life. That's something that we're working to confirm. And so I don't want that to be the things that impact you in Winona, in and near Kill-Michael, and north of Kill-Michael. So if you know somebody that's traveling along I-55, before we go north, let's do our due diligence there. I expect that our tornado on the next scan is going to be east of where we have it there. And so I would say our time until I-55 is 6 minutes. US 51 on the south side of Winona, 8 minutes. US 82 just east of Winona, 11 minutes. This is a strong tornado producing significant damage that could cause loss of life. This is one of the strong ones that John and I have been talking about the last couple days, our meteorologist Chelsea Simmons. Please take it seriously. Let's go north. Let's come up here to Union County. National Weather Service in Memphis looks as though they've gone ahead and extended a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible ahead of this. That tells me confidence in the tornado potential on this has decreased some. Still, that's damaging winds probably moving into New Albany at the very least related to this. By the way, Pat, we'll get Pat over here for a second so we can talk some strategy on where we need to start thinking about people. First off, do we know where Gabe is?
Yes, Gabe is in Grenada.
Okay.
He's going to go to the Walmart, which is up on a rise. He's going to set up safely.
I'm going to do a storm track on the north one. And then
south. But he is in Grenada, and he says he is safe.
He is safe in Grenada. Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, that is. So we could potentially get into a situation where we have multiple communities that have damage from this single storm.
Okay.
So when I'm thinking about where we're placing people to get them in position to cover that damage, obviously they would slide southward to Winona first. Do we need to think about moving Ethan northward in case we need to?
And in Columbus right now.
Columbus, that's not a bad place. And then if we need to, I guess, shift him to Eupora, that's what we do when we do it.
Once you tell me it's safe, I don't want to send him west right now.
He's okay. I'm going to go to Eupora. Okay. Yeah, because there's another one back behind it too. So yeah, so we'd send him back that direction, and then Craig. I don't think we need to necessarily. I mean, it depends on how you want to utilize Craig. I mean, I'm okay if we float him back along 278 once that gets clear to kind of head back this way in case we need him in Houston or if we need him back here later this evening. Because I mean.
Cycle him back towards Tupelo?
It couldn't hurt to start rotating back here as long as we can, do so safely. Coordinate with John, make sure that we have.
Okay. Is it safe to move Ethan right now?
We could move Ethan. You could get Ethan to Starkville, I think, safely, and that would be no problem.
Well, he's in Columbus right now.
Yeah.
Go a little further west?
I would like him to go a little further west. Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you. So let's go ahead and let's reset here for a moment. As you can clearly see, the description on this, as high level as tornado warning as you get, a tornado emergency in effect that includes the city of Winona. This is a loss of life situation. People are going to die if they don't go to their tornado safe place. Okay? So, as we're getting the rattles here at the TV station, but that's because of the strong winds aloft kicking up on this. So, there's our tornado right there. It's a strong tornado near Mississippi Highway 35, approaching I-55, moving into Winona. As the time ticks down for folks in Winona, if there's anybody that's an acquaintance that you know that lives in Winona, lives in this area, call them. Please call them and let them know. This has been a damaging tornado, producing widespread power outages and potentially loss of life and injuries back southwest. My weather call is going off. Hold on a second. Hello?
This is WTVA Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon with a weather call mobile notification. The National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for within 1 mile of your smartphone's current location. Severe thunderstorms can produce dangerous lightning, large hail, damaging winds, and very heavy rain that can cause localized flooding. If you must drive your car, do not attempt to drive through water covering a road. If possible, seek shelter in a sturdy building or stay in your car. Avoid open areas and stay away from isolated.
Okay, I'm going to go and stop that there for a second. Bring up John for a second. Go, John.
The storm down south, 50 miles an hour, confirmed, and also reports from the Yalobusha County EMA Director Stuart Spence reporting down trees in the county on the northern end of the county, and also power outages on the northern end from that storm that passed through.
That's this storm here,
yep.
this storm complex. I'm tracking the whole leading edge of this. As we bring John down here for a moment, I'm going to put up the tornado safety rules for a moment. And I understand that says severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not going to get back up here for a little bit, okay? We've got to stay on Winona and that storm. It's now moving into the area. It's causing significant damage. We're just not going to make it back up to this storm. And I apologize. I know this is high population centers here. It's going to be a while before we come back north. We've got to make sure people don't die down there, okay? So snap a picture of the television. This is coming in with stronger winds. We're going to watch that in ECRU, and if that ends up, John, I'll have your eyeballs on ECRU if we could, on closest radar to make sure on wind to make sure that doesn't wrap up a bit more. Damaging winds with that certainly likely, and that storm. That's driving some hail. This is about to become a major wind producer. This is where we could have those 70-mile-per-hour plus winds possible. That's probably going to accelerate. We'll come back. Also, tree on a house in 100 block of County Road 104 in Lafayette County from that storm that moved through there. But we have a tornado emergency for the city of Winona, Sawyer, Kilmichael, Lodi. Tornado emergency. There's not a higher level than this. This is as high as it gets. I'm trying to think of the last tornado emergency we had. It might have been in Columbus a couple years ago. These don't happen very often. And so when significant loss of life is possible, that's when these tornado emergencies are issued. And as I go between my different components here, I show our tornado producing damage along I-55 on the southwest side of Winona. All that time that we said, we have a couple minutes, we have a couple moments, we no longer do. It's 9:31. We told you over an hour ago that 9:30 it was moving into Winona, and yet here we are. And I really hope that folks there in Winona, if you're the type, say a little prayer for them. Hopefully they're in a safe place. Hopefully they'll be okay. We show the Young School at 941, Shady Grove Church at 942. You said 50 miles per hour on this, right, John?
Oh, we're correct.
Okay. Let's double check that here for a moment. That's what I have. Yeah, I'm showing 50. I'm going 55. It's a little fast. South side of Winona, this is moving through as we speak. This is a strong tornado that has had a history of producing significant damage. If your signal goes out downstream, we do stream live at WTVA Weather, WTVA News app. I see Facebook Live going there. Facebook is what Facebook is. Sometimes that doesn't stick around. This probably won't do you a whole lot of good in Winona, but if you're downstream of this, let's make sure we're in that tornado safe place. I got to get a longer track here for just a moment. Just a quick longer track. We're going to come back in street level there, Winona. A tornado moving through the south side of Winona now. Long track on this. I want to make sure we have a long distance track. Very similar to what we talked about a moment ago there for Winona. We gave them an hour heads up. So current time is 9:33. And I show Houston at 10:34. Okay? Giving you an hour here. Get to your tornado safe place. You have an hour if you live in Houston. Okay? And if you look around and this is not strong enough, tonight is a night that I know the wind is rushing. You've got to get someplace stronger. Most tornado fatalities occur in these unsafe places, cars and trucks and mobile homes. How cars and trucks? Maybe you're taking the last second, you decide the last second you want to hop in that car and go someplace, and then you get caught in it. Cars are easily rolled over and you can get killed in one of those. Mobile homes, same things. Large open rooms, upper floors, and rooms with windows, all unsafe places. Use your smartphone on your camera there. Find storm shelters in your area. If you're downstream of this in Aberdeen, I don't know that the track's going to be perfect for Aberdeen. We'll have to see as it gets closer. We're going to refine this. Okolona we show at a 10:52 for you. I mean, all the way to Solent there. Smithville I have in that track. I don't see Amory in that track, and I think it probably should. But clearly average the difference there between Aberdeen at 10:52 there and Smithville at about 11:17, so about 11:08 or so in Amory if it holds together. So we are looking at a strong tornado on the south side of Winona, no matter which radar site we look at. See how it's changing there? It's between radar sites. I show probably now just east of Winona, we have a strong tornado on the ground that's moved through the southern city grid of Winona. We can start sending them south. By the time they get to Winona, it's going to be through. So we'll send them south on 55. Our Gabe Maynor and Chris Knowles are up there in Grenada, and we're going to send them south because by the time this clears, it's cleared 55. So they're going to have to go into town on the south side of town there. Unfortunately, tornado producing significant damage potentially. Bring in our meteorologist, John DeLucic, here for a moment. John.
South side of Union County, northern Pontotoc.
Okay, south side of Union County, northern Pontoc.
The circulation's starting to look a little, I mean, I'm just seeing what is looking a little.
Yes. That is trying to spin something up on top of a significant damaging wind potential. Thank you, John. So, first things first, Let's make sure we don't have something of our own farther north. Okay, so I don't think we have tornado debris on this, but I do think this is a very significant strong winds, and I do think it's trying. Let's look in Blue Springs. First off, let's get a storm track on this, and I'm going to go faster than what we've gone. I'm going to go 65 on this. I think it would be foolhardy to assume it's not going to pick up speed. So let's go eastward as we pull that up. And while we're doing that, you can see some times there. Let's go back a couple of scans. This is strong straight line winds, potential for wind damage, perhaps on the south side here, there north of Pontotoc, moving toward New Harmony, moving toward western Lee County, a potential that this could try to spin up a tornado if it continues to take the next couple of steps. So you can see some times there. It definitely looks like one that's trying to spin up there near Ecru. So as far as the TV station, folks here are concerned, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect that will probably pass just slightly north. Let's take tower cam, John, or Renee, and if we could, let's point it back toward the west so we can get kind of a shot at this, maybe west-northwest. Right there's where our area of circulation is picking up. I know this is a highly populated area. And I hate to do this, but we got to go back down south with a strong tornado on the ground. We could be near a loss of life situation down there, unfortunately, because that's very strong of the latest update here. So there's your times. Saltillo 9:55 for you, and this is assuming only 50 miles per hour. It will probably be going a little bit faster than that. Slice off about eight minutes or so. Let's go south. Now reports that this thunderstorm down south here, by the way, new tornado warning coming for that thunderstorm. So all those tornado warning weather calls are coming out here in a second. National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning. So let me pop that up before we go south here for a moment. So a tornado warning issued for Lee, Itawamba, Prentice, Union. Now, I don't think they might have had Pontotoc on that there. I'm not sure if they included Pontotoc. There's a couple areas of rotation in there that they're watching, and you're going to get wind producing tornado-like damage. This is those 70-plus mile per hour winds we were talking about at the least. And hopefully it doesn't become more than that. I don't have tornado debris that I can detect at this point here, but when I'm looking at this, and I'll pop this on here, and then I have to get south for a moment here. I show near surface wind speeds. I mean, you can read along with me. Near surface wind speeds there, at least at that one spot, of 100-plus miles per hour. I guess I'm covering it. Might be hard to read while I'm covering it. So that's extremely strong winds showing up on that. By the way, this is my tornado warning weather call. I'll let that read while I go south.
This is WTVA Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon with a weather call mobile notification. The National Weather Service has just issued a tornado warning for within 1 mile of your smartphone's current reported location. Take protective action now. To view a Google map of the exact warning area or to read the full text of the warning, tap on the tornado icon button on the main screen. Repeating, a tornado warning has just been issued for within 1 mile or less of your current reported location. Seek shelter in the lowest part of a sturdy building.
Okay, so that is for the storm up closer to Tupelo. We're going to make a judgment call on people here at the TV station here in a minute, but we have to spend some time down here near Fox and Lodi. This is a strong tornado. Last look at it, the debris was extending up to 22,000 feet. Why is that important? Number one, that's high. So 5,280 feet per mile. So you're talking the debris is up more than 4 miles in the air. And that is important because there's a correlation between how high that debris is lofted. When we start talking about 22,000 feet, that's when we start talking about a strong tornado. You want to talk EF4 tornado? EF4 tornado would be Louisville in 2014. Now, maybe that's not the case. We hope and pray that's not the case. But that's what's gone very close to, if not through, Winona. So if you live in Minerva, if you live in Lodi, what we're talking about here is a life-altering tornado and a possibly life-taking tornado. So I cannot, in stronger terms, say how important it is that at 9:43 this is coming through Minerva, if not sooner, and that if you're not in your safest spot, you might not be here tomorrow. So Lodi, 9:47, New Liberty Church, 9:50. We show Mount Vernon School. This is down here in Webster County, I believe, by about that point there at 9:54. 9:54 there, Mount Vernon Church. Macedonia Church at 9:57. 9:58, South Union Church. Embry at 9:59. Eupora at 10 o'clock. This could be a life-changing and life-ending tornado. Lodi community is definitely in the path of this. It's right along Lodi Road. So as I pull off that tornado debris discussion there on top, and we bring it back to the rainfall mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, what I'm looking at right along Lodi Road is the tornado debris moving along that toward Minerva and toward the Lodi community. Okay, Blue Springs camera.
So
which one is that on?
Oh, yeah, Tower Cam Northwest, and it looks like a lowering on the Tower Cam Northwest.
Tower Cam Northwest, the lowering. I'm going to leave this up here for a moment. Hold on, I'm going to bring that to Weather 3. I'm going to put that there. We're going to come up north here for a second. Let's look at the wind mode here. Okay, I'm going to look at Tower Cam Tupelo for a moment. So I would anticipate, what, right about here in the middle, John? A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We told right there, in the middle right there, is that area we're looking at. So that's trying. I mean, you can see nonstop lightning on this thunderstorm here. It is very, very strong winds. You don't get this kind of lightning without a very tumultuous atmosphere, and clearly that's what we have at this time. If you live in the Tupelo area, if you live Fairfield, Sherman, Longview, Alpine, Guntown, Baldwin, Marietta, Ratliff, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Specifically for Tupelo proper, north side of town, yes. South side of town, no. North of the mall here, yes, in that tornado safe place. We need to be there. This is at the very least strong, damaging winds. It's enough to make the radar unhappy on what it's looking at. And now I need to make sure that that is not debris. That does not line up where I would have. That is not tornado debris. But I would be shocked if this wasn't some wind-driven hail out here, Blue Springs. Do you have that Blue Springs camera still up? Okay, if you have that up, give me a moment here to pull it back up. Blue Springs camera, I mean, very strong winds moving through there, the curtains of wind. The worst past that there. I'm going to actually look on the west side of Tupelo here for a moment, kind of northwest side of Tupelo, to see if we have a better shot of that, and then we've got to go back south. We can't go poking that one looking west there. Lots of stuff coming through our discussion here. This is looking back toward that storm. Let's give it a moment. So this is that area of rotation right there. So there's kind of the clear spot. Let me wait for this to come around here. So lots of little notches that we're looking at here on this lowered area right there at the tree line. So here's what I need. John, Ane, if we could, let's look at, let's double check Sherman. I'm going to double check Sherman here for a moment, if I can. But I kind of want McCullough and 22 looking back toward the west, if we could. I'm going to pull up Sherman. Let me see if it'll bring up the Sherman camera for a moment here. Sherman, and I'd want west. Hard to say at this moment. I'm going to give it a couple lightning strikes, and then we've got to go south. I can't be poking around on something here that may or may not, when we know we have something that could be life-altering. West on Coley, and then we've got to go. Tupelo. No, I need you guys, I need you two to stay, if you can, on McCullough, I-22 West. I'll look west on Coley real quick here. Give me a moment. Did you have something there, Maddie? Okay, it's just bouncing around quite a bit there. So, okay, that's what we've got. Let's reset here things for a moment. As you can hear, the tornado sirens start behind the scenes here. A couple things we're watching. Number one, tornado warning up here for northern Lee County, sections of Prentiss, Itawamba, and Union counties. Now, new tornado warning issued for locations including Houston. We told you a little bit ago that you still had some time to get to that tornado safe place. We better be within steps of that here. By the way, we're in ear here, and what Maddie, one of our producers, was asking someone else was, hey, do you need to call your family? Do you need to call your family? Let's call ahead on this one here because we believe it's still a strong, damaging tornado. The reason I give you that reaction is because you can kind of see a swirl here showing the broader overall circulation with way the debris potentially is falling out of this thunderstorm. As we look back a couple of scans, I'm not 100% certain looking at that precipitation that this is still producing a large tornado, but considering its history, let's go ahead and assume it will continue to. The debris is still there, and with the history it's had, if I'm in the Lodi community, I'm praying that this weakens, and certainly it is a strong tornado potential still moving in. By the way, okay, yeah, and they include portions of Calhoun County on that. So let's get the track that includes all those folks, all the way up here toward Houston. And by the way, let's just extend it even farther. So there's going to be folks in there, as you can see. Tupelo will show 1106 for you. It's possible. Could stay this far north. So we're looking Aberdeen now. Your time ticking away at just before 11 o'clock. This is a different storm for the Tupelo area, by the way. Houston, 1031. Current time is 946. That's about 45 minutes-ish, based on about the 50 miles per hour it's moving right now. You've got 45 minutes in Houston. Let's get to someplace safe. To make that assessment, I'm putting this up here while we talk about it. These are not safe. You scan that, it'll show locations there that are safe. And there's another circulation kind of back slightly behind this as well we're going to watch. So as I slide back northward, because now we have a population center here as well for a moment, where the rotation's starting to tighten up a little bit more. Unfortunately, Alpine. Anybody called Kelly yet?
Yeah, they're in the shelter in Alpine.
Okay, good. Appreciate that. Alpine, this is trying really hard here. Yeah, National Weather Service saying they're also seeing debris fall out on that other thunderstorm there. So hopefully that means that maybe it's weakened a little bit. It's no longer sustaining it. At the very least, this is some blistering rainfall and damaging winds there moving through Alpine and Bethany, the Birmingham area. Let's look at the Birmingham Ridge area. We are having some radar data issues there because of the angle. Let's go back to Memphis radar, look the opposite way. As you can hear stuff on the roof here doing what it's doing. That's still rough. New Albany, you can come out of your tornado safe place in town, but Bethany, Baldwin, Frankstown, this is a strong area of circulation and potentially a tornado there moving through those locations. So Hobo Station, Frankstown, Bethany, all in the path of this. Your long track, we show the Jericho community at 950 over top of Alpine right now. Bethany at 951, Baldwin 957. Obviously, a lot of folks we know live in Baldwin, fairly large community. Frankstown at 10 o'clock, Wheeler at 10:01, Hobo Station 10:10, New Site at 10:13, and Altitude Community at 10:14. Let's come up here a little bit closer. Hold on a second here. I want to, before we go there, I want to check the second storm back here in Winona for just a second, because there's this second storm we've been watching for a while. And I saw the rotation. It's kind of bugging me a minute ago, and I want to make sure we got this. And so I apologize. I'm disengaging one to go to another for a second, but I just want to make sure while we also have crews on the way to this one that we don't have them in the wrong spot. This is still rotating on this back storm here closer to Winona. It might not produce a tornado, but it's definitely still rotating back there approaching Winona. So in Winona, I need to keep you in your tornado safe place, assuming that you can even see us at this point in time. We need to be in that tornado safe place, I would say, still. I'm going to track this second area circulation up to Lodi, and we got to track the other one as well. So there you can see Winona 952, 953 Sawyer, Fox 956, Minerva 1002, Lodi 1007, Alva 1011. Doppler radar indicated rotation on this back one here. Let's hope it's not producing, but potentially it could be. And then the front one here that we're looking at, so we go back, and I'm going to look out at Jackson. I feel like that's got kind of our best angle at it, at least when we looked at the wind a minute ago. Yeah, it still kind of does. Right there near Alva, near Lodi, where I have our circulation at this time. The tornado debris does not look as pronounced as it did just a little bit ago. That's a positive sign. There's still a ton of lightning, and that's just the current moment. I can't see it. We're also entering an area. Now, I still show some near Alva. Let's look at the rainfall mode. Still in the precipitation, still an area of circulation. What this makes me do is I'm gonna cast a wider net than we've been casting. So I have to widen this out a little bit more to do that. I wanna make sure we have both Alva and Lodi and the folks in advance of this kind of in. So here is your times, as you'll note here. Edgeworth Church at 9:52. We need to be in that tornado safe place. Here is what has probably happened. This is a cyclical supercell. What does that mean? It goes through a cycle. What does that mean? It produces a tornado, it lifts, it produces a tornado and lifts. I think it might be strengthening to where it's about to produce a tornado once again as well. Yes, look at this green here on the front side. Okay, hold on. Last scan, let's come back to this. Then we got to come north to the other storm. Yeah, this could be strengthening. If a tornado is lifted, it might not be for long. It looks like this is about to try to do it again. So I think we need to still assume this is a large tornado potentially on this as it moves toward the east and northeast. So all those times there, if you know someone that lives near some of those places, snap a picture, let them know. We got to come northward as we're balancing a couple of these different storms with different impacts. This high impact because of the places being involved. Let's look Saltillo. We have a camera. Mississippi Department of Transportation camera there that looks back northwest. Let's take it north shot here for a moment along US 45. And is it down? Okay. Well, that does not seem to be working. Also, if we can, for Maddie behind the scenes, we need to try to start talking to some emergency managers if we can to get the latest on this. I appreciate that. So that looks like that camera has come down. We're simulcasting right now on KZ 103 and likely on the farm as well, our radio partners there, as I kind of position this and get a storm track on this. If for whatever reason you don't have enough data where you're at to be able to pick us up on the app, you can also hear us there. Battery-powered radios obviously involved in that as well. So appreciate the good folks there that work really hard to help us out during severe weather as they usually do. And of course, been working with Rick at KZ 103 for a long time. As he texting to remind me, I always tell him you got to remind me. Guntown 9:54 for you. So this is only a few moments away. Damaging winds, perhaps this trying to produce a tornado. And I don't think whether it's tornado or not makes as much difference as this is tornado-like damage from straight line winds or it's a tornado. And in either case, the damage comes from the winds that are 70, 80 miles per hour potentially out of this as it works its way toward the east. So very strong straight line winds at least, and potentially trying to produce a tornado there just near Guntown. Show another spot. Let's look at the north part here. Let's look for debris. I don't know, even though I got that spinny stuff there, I don't know I can say tornado debris on this, thankfully, because all the blue is kind of out there in advance. So it's trying, but I think it's still damaging straight line winds primarily right now. So let's get a longer storm track on that with the note that this could potentially produce a tornado at some point in the near future. And this is kind of a fast track. So within, obviously now, the Guntown area, Saltillo 9:55, Wheeler 9:56, Chapelville 9:57, Marietta at 10:03, Centerville by about 10:08. Let's head south here. A tornado-warned thunderstorm that has been producing tornadoes for hours, has produced significant damage. I don't know if we have confirmation of loss of life at this point on it, and hopefully that's something that doesn't happen. But certainly there have been early reports that could be the case. Not in our area yet, and hopefully they won't be. Hopefully we got enough warning for that. Looking at the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, I mean, clear cut, still strong rotation showing up. Looking for debris. I don't show the tornado debris as well pronounced as we had it earlier, at least not from Monroe County. Let's look at the debris from Jackson. I don't show debris from Jackson. Let's look from Memphis. That's harder to say. We're looking a long ways, a really long ways away from Memphis. Maybe it's still detecting some debris aloft there. That's still a possibility that's still debris aloft, at least at the scan level of that. So rough stuff potentially still there, and likelihood that this, we should make the assumption that this is still producing a tornado out here near Bell Fountain, southwest of Monte Vista, southwest of Hohenlinden, Manti, Anchor, Woodland, all in the path of this Atlanta community. This is potentially a tornado causing damage, and certainly a circulation that has done it over and over again. And so we just have to be concerned that that could continue to be the case. While I show you that for a moment, I'll pop up behind me a safe place selfie. One of our storm chasers sending us this one a little bit ago, because even storm chasers aren't too big and bad to get in their tornado safe place. You do what makes sense, and what makes sense is to protect your family. So they were on their tornado safe place. I think that was Corey that sent that one in. I'll have to double check that, but appreciate him for sharing that there. Some wind damage in Blue Springs as I go and cycle north to that thunderstorm here for a moment. Some chairs and stuff knocked over. I don't know exactly. It looks like part of that table knocked over as well. As we come back northward here looking for it, I know a new tornado warning has been extended downstream. That does include Tishomingo County. Our circulation up here closer to Baldwin and Frankstown. The wind mode is messy, but continues to show kind of right over top of Baldwin where our area circulation is right now, moving toward the northeast. Speed on this, I've been tracking it close to 60 miles per hour, double checking with the folks at the National Weather Service. They have it 55 miles per hour, so I think we're still good sitting at 55 miles per hour for that storm track. So let's get that on there. And John, just to double check, the south rotation is still 50 miles per hour, correct? I'll bring in our meteorologist, John DeLucic, here from
Last time I checked, it was between 50 and 55 miles an hour, so I can go check again. I will then give you a little more determined, better number on that.
Okay. Appreciate that, John, sharing that report, that information with us. So we're going to double tap there. Let's double check some power outages around the area as we kind of assess what this is doing, because that'll also help us to know what has. Okay, so here are our power outages. As we mentioned, some major power outages back in southwest Mississippi, but now, as of the latest update, Montgomery County, of the 3,800 customers that are monitored, almost 2/3 of folks in Montgomery County are without power right now because of a tornado. Hopefully it's just hit transmission lines and other things, but that's clearly not a good sign there for folks in Montgomery County. Our Gabe Maynor and Chris Knowles are on their way there. We also have a large number of people, it looks like not a lot of folks in Calhoun County monitored, so that's kind of larger than it looks like, but we do have Grenada County, about 1,400 without power there as well. So we might have some kind of major transmission line that's had some issues there. Let's bring John back in. John, what you got?
55 miles an hour moving off northeast for the storm that's on the south side.
Okay, so we can give them both at 55 now.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, John. Let's go back here at wind mode. We're up here on a tornado-warned thunderstorm. New data coming in as we speak to give us a better idea. My new wind data should launch here in just a second. I mean, I show it trying to wrap back up here toward the Frankstown area, wrapping back in. I mean, this kind of looks like an inflow channel of wind trying to get back up there toward Frankstown, and then Baldwin trying to curl back around as well. While I can't guarantee that that's producing a tornado, it is trying extremely hard. I mean, that's what this is. That's the inflow back there. And right along County Road 5111, there northeast of Baldwin is where we have the greatest area of circulation on this potentially. So I do think that's running just a little bit behind the wind mode on this. So Hobo Station, new site, Burton, Bay Springs Lake, all in the path of what could potentially be a tornado as it moves toward the northeast. The speed will say 55 miles per hour. This is damaging wind at least. Hopefully that's all it is. We don't want any damaging wind, but obviously we don't want any of the worst of what this could end up being as well. Current time is 9:59. WTVA 9 News at 10 is going to start here in a few moments, and Maddie will count me down to that. We have tornado warnings for multiple locations, and unfortunately we've had damaging tornadoes this evening. We're continuing to monitor that potential. Okay, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching WTVA 9 News at 10 o'clock. Multiple tornado warnings are in effect for 2 different storms, one of which has produced significant tornado damage over the last hour, including a significant hit near the Winona area. We're trying to find out just how strong, how significant that damage is. But as far as preparation is concerned, if you live near Embry, Hohenlinden there, the northern section of, this would be Webster County. This has prompted a tornado warning as well for northern sections there of Clay County and northeastern Webster County as well. But this is our area of circulation. This has been a tornado off and on for a couple hours here, unfortunately, and we will kind of look for the tornado debris on it. One thing I can say is I see less of it than what we have seen, and I cannot say I for sure have a tornado on it at the moment. Still, because of the history, it would be unwise for us to think anything but this could do the worst. But we have crews trying to figure out exactly what that worst is down in the Winona area as we speak. But if you're downstream from this and you live here in Monte Vista, Hohenlinden, Atlanta, Manatee, Woodland, and I'm going to make sure I crank this north just a little bit. I want to make sure we have a time for Houston on there. Houston 1026. We've been telling you now for more than 45 minutes that this storm was heading your direction. Actually more than an hour as we did the really long track. We're watching this for you now within the extent of this broadcast, what would typically be 10 o'clock broadcast. This is going to be very near your doorstep. So Bell Fountain, Monte Vista, Hohenlinden, in the direct path of an area of circulation that has produced significant tornado damage when it was back south and west of our area over the course of the last little bit here. I'm going to see if we can try to pull up, if you can, John, in the weather pictures. I know we've got a bunch of weather pictures starting to come in. If we can put some of those into the chat, or maybe Daniela behind the scenes, some of those weather pictures in there. If we can drop those in the chat, we'll try to use some of those. Appreciate that. Let's go up to our other tornado-warned thunderstorm here. And it's moving through a more populated area with less history, but unfortunately still continues to show at least some very strong winds up here approaching Hobo Station, some hail probably as well. And there's just a couple of spots there where the reflectivity doesn't look quite right. I think this might be a radar error over top of the Hobo Station area, but wrapping in there near Frankstown, a strong winds with this as well. Let's get you a storm track based on where the rainfall mode is here as we look at where that could potentially be trying to wrap up. I'm just going to track the leading edge right there, basically over top of Hobo Station, and get you a track forward. So we'll show Hobo Station at about 10:04, working its way northeastward. And as it does, damaging wind potential, certainly a very real possibility on this at the least, and perhaps a situation where this attempts to produce a tornado. I'm going to come to a grittier version of storm track Doppler radar here in a moment. It doesn't show storm tracks or anything like that, like what we typically show, but it allows me to kind of assess things a little better on just to make sure we have the right wind. So give me a moment, and I apologize if this isn't going to be as pretty as what we typically show. So here is radar, and let's look at the wind mode on this. Okay, that cleans up my wind signature somewhat more. Still showing it kind of circulating back into Wheeler. This part in Baldwin hasn't quite wrapped around as well. That's just such a weird signature there. I don't know that this is producing a tornado. It's got an area of circulation. Let's prepare as though it could produce tornado-like damage, though, because I show the wind, or I show the movement on this as of the latest update. It shows 63 knots. So I show the leading push of wind there moving about 70 miles per hour. So if the leading edge of wind is moving 70 miles per hour, how strong does that make the wind that's pushing along with it? Probably faster. So Marietta, tornado-like damage for you, a possibility out of this. Now that we've cleared that up, I'm going to go back to our regular version of Storm Track Doppler radar now that I have a stronger idea of what we're looking at there. It looks like a significant damaging wind potential with tornado-like damage out of damaging wind. All of that to say, this graphic. Make sure you know where your tornado safe place is, because your severe wind safe place is the same as your tornado safe place, and we need to be assuming that we could be contacted with that. So I'm going to take this up to 70 miles per hour as we track that leading bow echo there that if you watch some of our broadcasts, even last night or on Facebook Live earlier today, this was one of those big, strong wind pushes that we were talking about. This is where it's coming through. That's what the projections were showing. We show if it continues at 70 miles per hour, and it might slow down, but let's give you the time just in case. Tishmingo, 1018 for you, news site 1008, 1005. Hobo Station basically on top of you now there as it works its way out of the area. After that, strong straight line winds, yes, maybe trying to produce a tornado, though I have not had confirmation of one as of yet as I kind of go back and forth here. There's lots of stuff in advance. None of these blues line up with where I have my circulation. So because of that, I think we're still, thankfully, barely good to go on that one. And so it needs to be treated as tornado-like wind damage, but I can't thankfully confirm tornado on that. As we come south here, a couple areas of circulation that we have been watching on this, and it's the one near Eupora now, Wallfall, that has strengthened a bit more. Hold on. Okay, we've had a couple areas back here. There was our second Winona. I got to move it to where y'all can see it. Let's pull this down. Clearly, if you're in these tornado warnings, as we've been talking about, we need to be a tornado-safe place. We did have one there, area of circulation kind of moved through Winona. That one's still near Lodi. That's the second one. That's not the original tornado. We have the original tornado that's up here, and then another spot that's closer to Walthall as well. The reason I point that one out is because it's not inconceivable that this has transitioned. John, let's leave it on this shot here, but I want John and Anae to use your meteorological theory for a moment as I pull this off for a second. Okay. Is it conceivable that what has happened is we have watched the original circulation include up into there? I still show possibly we can get inflow on that. I was curious if we thought it had included, and then maybe this was the development of a new one. This almost looks like a separate cell.
It does look like strange like that. Like you said, one that's like losing its punch, and then the other one that's now trying to replace the other one, which happens sometimes with long track tornadoes. Sometimes you get like secondary or even third tornadoes through time. I mean, it's just like one track ends and another one kind of starts within miles of the old track. I'm not saying that's happening right there, but you bring up a pretty good point.
Okay, so agree, Anae? Okay. So there's where I say are two areas. You have your legacy area, the area that's been the area of circulation that's caused the damage back out in the Delta, that probably caused damage. Do we have, by the way, confirmation, additional confirmation of damage from Winona yet? Emily? Power outages and trees down. So we know we have trees down there. It hits really early. I'm hoping maybe it stayed just south of town, but certainly.
What other counties do we need to check?
We need to check with Webster. We need to continue to check on Union, Prentice, perhaps Northern Lee, and then eventually Tishmingo County. Couldn't hurt to maybe do Pontotoc and Union, but we can get there at that point because I don't think it was as strong when it moved through there. Okay, so you can see in advance of this, Houston, the discussion has changed. For hours we've talked about a confirmed tornado emergencies. We are not at that level. I can't confirm tornadoes on this now, okay? That is one shift that thankfully has occurred with this. But I can still tell you that these storms are still in an environment where it could possibly happen. John, I want to check. You've been putting some things in our chat, you and Emily. What's kind of coming in there?
Well, we got a lot of shelter photos, but we do have reports from Ellistown here in the last half hour from major hail in the Ellistown area. A couple of times that was reported by one of our viewers, Chuck. Also, we're looking at, again, just a lot of photos of people just sheltering in place. But it's nighttime, you know. We're not asking anybody to go out there and risk their life by going out there and seeing any kind of damage photos like that. But again, a lot of folks on a Friday night, you know, one group of folks, I forgot where they were. I think they were in New Albany, had a wedding rehearsal going on, I think, and they even sent their photos. So again, a lot of folks out and about on a Friday evening.
Isn't it the rain on your wedding day, get your ring free thing? They might not do that anymore there, but hopefully they were safe in their safe place. I appreciate this picture coming in from a safe place selfie from the Algoma area a little bit ago. Everyone there at the shelters within steps. When we say within steps, that's what we mean. You know, you don't necessarily ever have to be for hours inside the safe place, but once that warning is issued, yeah, you do. So I hope those folks are all good tonight. As we look at the areas of circulation down here in Chickasaw and Webster counties, I do think we have more clarity on this northern circulation. That's unfortunately looking stronger. Let's see if that's still, that's a little ahead of where maybe we'd see it near Hohenlinden, obviously, where I'd have our circulation there south and west of Woodland, continuing to kind of move east and northeast. I'm interested on this little appendage there. No, that's a different precip core. So at least we're questioning this, because there was, unfortunately, for hours on end, no question. At least this is questionable now. So let's get a storm track, and we need to head back north. So I'm going to do 2 storm tracks. I'm going to track the northern one, the one that's been doing it for a long time. We're going to clip Houston with that. And so we show Woodland at 10:16 for you. Current time is 10:10. Looking at Houston at 10:22. We've been talking about you for a long time here. Tornado safe place. Van Vliet at 10:19. We're looking at Wren by about 10:40. And a reminder that tornado safe place, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, but also unsafe places are any time we find ourselves in a car, truck, a mobile home. We need to make sure that we are not in those places there and that we find sturdy storm shelters. Out here, Wren, eastward, we can make an argument that you can do that. All the rest of these folks, unfortunately, we're kind of locked into our location at this point here, and hopefully it's a safe one. We've tried to give you as much heads up as possible. Current time is 10:11 p.m. You're watching WTVA 9 News at 10. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist John DeLusick and Nay Scales. Our Ethan Foster is on his way. Ethan's in Starkville. Okay, in Starkville and Shelter. Okay. And then our Gabe Maynor and Chris Knowles are working toward Winona, where we believe we've had a pretty significant tornado track very close to town.
Ethan's in a safe place in Starkville right now.
Ethan's in a safe place in Starkville. Okay, perfect. That's where we want to keep people, is our people, and hopefully you keep your people is in those safe places. Luckily, we're still questioning whether or not this is a tornado up north. What we aren't questioning is whether or not this is strong straight-line winds. We think this is probably 70-mile-per-hour winds. So tornado-like damage along the leading edge of this, approaching Moores Mill, Tishmingo, working near Minot there in Cherokee, Alabama eventually. But it's eastern sections there, pretty much right at Bay Springs Lake. You can see the outline there. That's Bay Springs Lake. We'll go back to the precipitation mode there. And we're going to, again, we'll say 65 miles per hour is the forward motion, which might honestly be a little bit slow. And so Bay Springs Lake, we show at 10:13. Tishmingo at 10:17. Dennis at 10:20. Peterstown 10:23, Belletti Springs at 10:24, and Maud Community at 10:24. This is Doppler radar indicated area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado, and at the very least it's strong straight line winds. It's issued because Doppler radar saw rotation. The hail is also potentially there as well on this. So let's talk about everything else. Let's just take 2 seconds here and talk about what has everybody else got. Okay, so on the very broad scale, I have 2 storms that we still have significant concerns about. The rest of this, I mean, maybe there's something back here we'll have to watch because this still has some clean inflow from the south, so we'll have to watch that. We'll look closer at that here in a minute. The rest of this is just rainfall right now. Maybe some hail from time to time, but primarily just rainfall. So that's why we're concentrating on a couple of these spots, and we're not mentioning you in Columbus. That's a good thing. We're not mentioning you in Starkville at the moment. That's a good thing because you're still kind of ahead of this as well. But that's why we're concentrating on a couple of these specific areas there. Our long-term circulation down here, though, in southern Chickasaw County continues to approach the Woodland area. I'm going to check it from a bunch of different radar sites to see if we have the best angle. We should be with the best angle from Monroe County, but that does a pretty effective job of showing it also from Jackson and from Memphis. So I show it approaching the Woodland community within the next few minutes here. Again, 55 miles per hour. We'll put that into Woodland within, I mean, what, the next 2 minutes? Maybe 3 minutes at most. So this is a Doppler radar indicated area of wind that could potentially be a tornado. It has not been confirmed in the last few minutes, but previously we had strong tornadoes out of this thunderstorm. And so we have to assume once it's done that it could make a comeback and do it again. Discussion with the National Weather Service talking about how the winds aloft now getting up above 70 miles per hour, and some of that could potentially be trying to push push down toward the surface, but still potential there for strong tornadoes in their assessment as well. So as we look at this, where this storm has been for just a moment here, I'm gonna get a couple of, hold on. So we also have right where the arrow is near Manatee Road. Rainfall mode. Let's bring it in closer to Monroe County and let's see there. Near Manatee Road, that's trying to get more organized as well. I mean, you can see the mid-level, the circulation up aloft showing up there. Still a little broad in comparison to what we had earlier, but trying to get more organized. And for one reason or another, I'm just not getting a good look. I think what's happening here is extremely strong winds aloft are kind of messing with the radar, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to get this to wrap back up and produce another tornado. Trying really hard for that. Yeah. So, as we said, watching that longer term track here for a moment. Back here, long-term track, we'll get that eventually towards Smithville. These are kind of shadier numbers, aren't as perfect as the numbers we've been giving you up close, but these are closer than what we've given you. Shannon, Nettleton, show Shannon at 1044, 1046 there. In Nettleton, Amory at 1048, Smithville at 1055, and eventually close to Fulton by around 11 o'clock. As we go back to the precipitation mode, the rainfall mode on here, I want to bring up some of the power outage reports that we have been receiving from folks. And if I look at Montgomery County, unfortunately, that number is not improving as all the data comes in here. As you can see kind of beside me there, these are power outages. That dark red tells us that Montgomery County is now at 92%. That's more than 9 out of every 10 customers no longer has power because of this thunderstorm and the tornado damage that it produced. There's no question, by the way, that this was a tornado. Weather Service will tell us how strong. But unfortunately, that's a very large percentage of Montgomery County that are without power at this time. In fact, as I move that'd be Entergy. If you give me a moment, I'm going to see if I can bring up some of those. I do want to bring John back in here for a second. John, what are we seeing kind of social media and stuff? I know we're getting a little more information.
Here are some reports we got from, first of all, from Montgomery County, trees down, power outages. Webster County, no problems as of 10:05 that we know of. Union County, they report heavy rain, reporting power outages in Union County. That's from one of our folks here that works with us, Bill. Prentice County also reporting some flooding in the Boonville area. Lee County, also heavy rain there. In Lee County, traffic lights out at Lakeside Drive and 145 North, and no reports from Pontotoc County right now of anything bad that we know of.
Okay, that's our meteorologist John DeLucic with a bunch of different reports. Thankfully, those aren't as bad as they could be. Unfortunately, as we kind of look back out here toward Winona, now we're getting kind of an idea on the scale of the power outages and what exactly we have. This coming from the Entergy folks there. As I kind of bring this on for a second, these are all the unenergized lines, and as you can see, everything in the city grid there of Winona is out. In fact, wider shot here, it looks like power is out. North of town, it comes back in up toward Duck Hill with power. Those are probably the folks there in Montgomery County that have power right now. Power out Kilmichael. Power looks like it's out all the way Entergy customers there through Stewart along 82. Not quite to Eupora on that shot there, and then all the way south there into northern Tala County as well through Vaden. So large number of power outages associated with this. And the wider shot, I mean, it's kind of easy to tell where this tornado kind of came through. All the way through there, unfortunately. So massive power outages, reports of damage continue to come in, unfortunately. So we'll be getting more information on those as we go throughout the night. Current time is 10:19 as we're watching tornado warnings for a thunderstorm that has been in the reorganizing phase for about the last 15-20 minutes or so, and we're hoping it doesn't take the next step. We're looking up here near Woodland and the Anchor community and Dancy. There's a couple spots along here that we have to watch. I'm going to use our track on this in a couple different spots just in case, because I'd rather be safe than sorry. And a lot of times we try to pinpoint it down to the street. I don't have that kind of accuracy at the moment on it because there's nothing that I believe is on the ground at this instant, but I think it's working to try to produce another one. Manatee, we show that 10:20 for you. Sparta at 10:24. This is the same storm that produced all those power outages we were showing you back toward Winona, where the entire community is out of power at this instant from what was a likely tornado very close by, if not overhead. So keep that in mind. And the reason why we're doing this coverage, we're talking with the intensity that we are, is that it's possible this could strengthen again and produce more again. As I show this, the heaviest rainfall portion of this moving through the Houston area, hail likely with that portion as well. As I adjust our track here, moving generally toward Food Basket, as you can see by the Food Basket store there at 1029 Treblock, at 1031 Gibson, at 1038. And if it kind of continues at that angle there, back to the northeast, we show that eventually getting to Amory about 1049 or so, Okolona 1039. Doppler radar indicated area of rotation that could potentially produce a tornado. Let's come northward for a moment. Let's look at our other tornado-warned thunderstorm up here into Tishomingo County. I know we've been off of this for a few minutes here. We've got to come back in. I apologize, we're trying to kind of juggle a couple of things as this has moved into and through Tishomingo in the last couple of minutes here. So as we look at this, we're looking at the wind here. This is primarily still straight line winds, but a potential that this could still try to wrap up and produce a tornado on the north side there. It's a very rough looking return. You can see where the winds are kind of going into the thunderstorm. There's some question of whether or not it's perfectly wrapping around. It's a good thing. Questions are good things. Because unfortunately there was no questions in Winona, and you see what the result of that has been. So looking at this here, I show maybe north here, we have the spot where the wind is kind of getting in just the wrong spot. It's possible that maybe this could try to produce a tornado. As I look back here, I do not see a point where I think we've had tornado debris. Like I'd be watching this part there near the altitude community at about 1010. And if I go back and look at the tornado debris at that time, I just don't see it. So I'm hopeful that we have not produced a tornado on this, but radar is not perfect. And so at the very least, this is damaging straight line winds that's come through the Tishomingo area. We will try to talk to the emergency manager here in Tishomingo County here in hopefully in a little bit to find out about that, as we're also trying to kind of assess other locations where we've had some damage as we get that information in. At night, things move slower. And a lot of times when you have major damage, the information only trickles in at first because the people who would give us information are trying to save lives. So that's one of the reasons why sometimes, even on a day like night where we know we had big stuff move through Winona, we haven't shown you and we haven't talked about as much, is because the people there are trying to get people to safety and trying to do everything they need to do. Winona Police Chief Tommy Bibbs said, and I believe this, he said he heard the tornado pass near his home. We might try to speak with him at some point here. Tanya has that contact. This picture coming from him, and I mean, clearly he's got more important things going on. That looks like a lot of trees in the lights there as they're trying to figure stuff out. Power out all throughout Montgomery County because of that storm. And so that's clearly what he's looking at there is some of that tornado damage that occurred there in Montgomery County. Appreciate Tanya for relaying that, or Tanya Carter from the Winona Police Chief Tommy Bibbs as they're unfortunately trying to continue to assess what exactly has happened. Current time is 10:23. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist John DeLusick here. The rotation on this thunderstorm moving through southern Chickasaw County is not what it was 45 minutes ago. It's not what it was 30 minutes ago, but it's still maintaining some rotation, broad rotation. I would honestly, you can argue a couple spots along here where it's the strongest. I would say down here closer to Sparta. Frankly, the radar site there out of nearby Monroe County just doesn't have as good a look at it, I think, as some of these other ones that are just doing a better job of showing it. And maybe that's just because we're also looking higher. That tells me that the lower one is not necessarily concentrating as much here. John, I'm gonna toss this to you for a second here as you kind of give me an overview here for a second, and just kind of where things stand at this moment here.
Right now, again, from the things I reported, just repeating just a few moments ago, everything's in pretty good shape in the Pontotoc area that we know of, other than some hail reports and some gusty wind reports. We do have still some traffic lights out in portions of Lee County on 145 North on Lakeside Drive. Prentice County reports of the heavy rain here in the last hour or so. Again, very intense rain that caused some flooding in the Boonville area. Union County, WTVA, one of our reporters from WTVA here and works here at WTVA, Bill, Hughes reporting power out in the New Albany area and heavy rain here in the last hour. Webster County, no problems as of just a little while ago, and Montgomery County, down trees and power outages. Just one thing to mention from just a little while back, we did, when that storm went through the Yalobusha County area, that storm that went through the Winona area and Montgomery County and those areas, well, that did prompt some downed trees in that portion of the world, along with north end of the county seeing a majority of the downed trees and power outages in the northern end of that county. So again, a very serious situation across our neck of the woods. We got, again, a couple of pockets of thunderstorms out there, one that passed through northern Lee County, now working its way into portions of Prentiss and also Tishomingo County. That one right there still continuing on the severe side, and we have also some more strong to severe thunderstorms, as we have mentioned, through the Winona area, and still not getting much from Winona, are we? I mean, Winona, not much. Okay.
This is unconfirmed, possible damaged homes in Guntown.
Okay. So we're going to be checking off on that. We do have possible.
Craig Ford up there.
Our news director Pat Peterson mentioning that we do have some possible damage in the Guntown area to some homes. Craig Ford's headed that way. One thing to mention, again, if you've been following, obviously that storm went through the Lodi area and also the Winona area, and still keeps moving now through portions of our viewing area. That one again has not to the intensity as it once was, but when it went through Rolling Fork and Silver City, unconfirmed right now that we know of, but there are several reports of fatalities and just destruction, according to numerous sites on the internet. Folks just reporting destruction.
Reports of multiple injuries, still trying to officially confirm the fatalities, but unfortunately we think that's
bad situation. Bad situation. And here's Matt again.
And that's our Pat Peterson, John DeLucic talking through some of that. Also, our Chris Knowles there, along with our Gabe Maynor, making their way into Winona. Reports from the emergency manager there of roofs off of houses there. So they're in Montgomery County, unfortunately, with that. So that is the thunderstorm that has prompted this tornado warning that is in effect here in Chickasaw, northern Clay counties. National Weather Service is going to have to make a determination on whether or not they want to extend the tornado warning. It's set to expire here in 4 minutes. They might go severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. That is a positive improvement. That doesn't mean the threat has completely passed, but at least we're not talking about what we were talking about, where we knew something bad was moving into Winona earlier. Now, I will say that this is a fairly sharp edge on the south side of this, and it is trying to curl around, but luckily we have some precipitation down here that hopefully is choking the storm off a little bit. Near Sparta, though, and southwest of McCondy is where the strongest portion of this thunderstorm is right now. So let's get time to McCondy, Gibston, and it's going to be a lot of spots that pops on the screen there as we continue to look. And so, okay, and so we're looking here at Bethlehem School at 10:33, Treblock at 10:36, Gibson at 10:44. Aberdeen at 10:52, the Monroe County Airport 10:56, Becker at 10:58, Amory at 11 o'clock if it continues at this pace. Some damaging winds at least. We've had strong tornadoes in the past. Hopefully we're past the worst of this, but hope doesn't protect you and your family. That's your job, to make sure you're in that tornado safe place so that you can do that. Wider shot coming up to our other storm that prompted the tornado warning. I'd say the rotating part of that has now exited Tishomingo County. Again, it was moving extremely fast. It's up here around Malone. Strong straight line winds with this. As you heard, some damage in Guntown. It sounds like also downtown Baldwin heavily flooded, according to law enforcement there, the fire chief, telling us that information there. Plenty of road flooding also in Thaxton. Power lines down in the Ecru area, where one metal carport was flipped over due to the wind. That would be in the Ecru area. So that would have been this thunderstorm in the past. Both of those would have come from this. Also reports of golf ball size hail with this thunderstorm when it moved through Baldwin. So that's what this black sort of color is that you see there. That was the golf ball size hail that this produced, some big hail. So, and that's probably also we probably had some of those reports. We talked to Prentiss County up there near Boonville as well, likely what that had. So that was probably some of that big hail. Probably also had some there up north of Tishomingo as well. So that has exited Tishomingo County. The part going through Belmont is nowhere near as strong as the other sections there.
I have the former police chief.
Okay. Okay, we have the Tommy Bibbs. We showed his picture a minute ago. Former police chief from Winona with us here on WTVA 9 News tonight. Mr. Bibbs, I appreciate you taking a moment to talk with us. What do you have?
Well, we have a lot of trees that are down around my house, but I have a little house damage, but I think right down the road I hadn't got down there yet. For the former mayor stays and a firefighter tell me that some of those houses are completely gone down the road on Highway 407.
And where in town-ish do you live?
Like southeast of Winona on Highway 407.
Okay, southeast on 407. And when you say gone, I'm assuming we both mean the same thing when you say gone.
That's what was called and told me that it's a house right on the road from me, probably good 60 or 70 yards. It's supposed to be completely gone.
Well, so let me ask this question. Do you have any idea on injuries or people in need at this moment, entrapments, those sorts of things?
I do not, but I do know I don't think it hit directly over town. This is kind of on the outskirts of town, so hopefully it'll be a minimal.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm assuming power out all around the area still?
The whole town, I think, is out.
Okay. I mean, you've been in a position where you've done some of these before. How bad would do you feel? I mean, what's your just overall opinion?
Let's say from 1 to 10, I give it an 8 or 9 from what I can see on my porch looking out. But if I get to go down 407 where it went direct over, I'll probably get it at 12.
Whew. That's not encouraging. And anything you want to pass along to folks at home that might be listening now?
Stay in and let the first responders do what they got to do to clear the roads. And it's more dangerous to get on the road and look rather than it is to let them do the job.
Absolutely. That's Tommy Biggs, former police chief there in Winona. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. I appreciate it. We're showing your picture right now. And I'm assuming from that picture, I'm looking at headlights and things where people are trying to get in and figure out exactly what's happened. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, that's Highway 407 right there. They're trying to clear Highway 407 right now.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Be safe. Our thoughts and prayers are with you folks down there in Montgomery County.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good night. Okay, so again, they're trying to clear the highway there, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen super quick, unfortunately, there, as we look down there in Montgomery County. So that was about 9:30, about an hour ago, when that tornado, large tornado potentially, produced damage and moved on the south side of Winona. And I will agree, kind of looking at this, and again, when we're looking at this data, we're looking fairly high up in the storm, so it does not necessarily sandwich down at the surface perfectly. But at this point here, we were getting reports that this was lofting the debris up more than 20,000 feet at that point. Now, that might have been, it takes a while for that to move 4 miles up in the air. But as you can see, that does correlate back to the potential that this was a strong high-end tornado, which unfortunately was one of our concerns coming in today. In particular, John and I had a discussion earlier today about, I mean, do you say EF4, EF5? I wasn't 100% sure on whether or not we did that, and John did, and I'm really hoping that I'm no offense, I'm hoping you're wrong, but I know we're both hoping you're wrong on that one there. But there's unfortunately more than a decent chance you were right. Current time is 10:33. Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. So significant damage reported there in the Winona area in Montgomery County with widespread power outages throughout the county still at this hour. Reports. Now, John, I'm going to bring you back in here for a second. You put the text report in here of. Well, and we'll bring the cross shot in here. We'll bring John up if we could for the folks in the back room there, please.
Just to say that confirmation of just what you just heard 3 moments before, 407 reports just from folks on social media that it's plural homes destroyed.
I don't know if we can hear you. Is your mic on, or is it
on?
Yeah, you're on. Okay, back room. Now let's go.
Okay.
6 cross shot and then double box. We can bring John back in here.
Okay, so again, confirmed reports, as you just mentioned just a couple of minutes ago when you're talking to the folks, the officials, 407 just reports online, people saying, and people referring to that as homes destroyed, not just the one or just one home, homes, plural, on 407 south of Winona.
Now, is that on like Twitter, Facebook?
That was actually one of our emails, and I just basically copied and pasted and sent the email to our...
Okay, that makes more sense what you said. Corey sent us that report there.
Yeah,
so.
Corey.
Well, I mean, thoughts and prayers with those folks. Maybe we're fortunate enough that it missed the city grid. Obviously, if you live south of Winona, there's nothing fortunate about that, and I get that. So our prayers are with you this evening. As we pull that down, this is the part of the thunderstorm that has been rotating for hours. This thunderstorm with a history of producing tornado damage all the way back when it was in southwest Mississippi. Reports near Rolling Fork of significant damage. Injuries, reports of damage in Silver City. We showed you that significant damage earlier on, and that is the thunderstorm here that's near Treblock that is kind of moving northeast because that also produced that significant damage you heard John just talking about a moment ago there in Winona on 407. Let's go ahead and make sure that goes in the National Weather Service chat. Anae? Would you be able to, you can go over here to Jackson and make sure they're aware of the location along 407 on the south side there of Winona. Our concern is that perhaps this is, and we've been watching for a while, it's been a concern that has yet to be realized that this could try to strengthen once again. This is as organized as this thunderstorm has looked in the last probably 20 minutes or so, maybe 30 minutes, where we have a distinct area here where we have the precipitation on the backside here trying to wrap back around this. And so that could be conceivably what this is trying to do again there as it gets more organized. Even the National Weather Service saying eastern Chickasaw is trying. It is trying. And it's got a little window, unfortunately, here. Because what we have now is we have a little bit of a break between where the other showers down south are, so the potential to maybe get some clean inflow on this. John, if you get a chance, let's look at dew points and see. We were waiting on a moisture surge coming north and see if this is still, I mean, we assume it's riding that moisture surge. And I haven't talked about flooding, and there's some flooding issues out there for quite a few spots. Okay, I noticed that our over-the-air on NBC is down.
The tower.
And ABC. Okay, there's an issue there at the Woodland Tower. Okay.
So
no NBC. No ABC. Only on Fox. And we're also on the WTVA Weather and WTVA News apps.
Over the air.
So, and MeTV. So our over-the-air signal has gone down on some of those. But we are on Fox. Okay. Good deal. And MeTV? Okay, Fox and MeTV. Okay. So WTVA News, WTVA Weather apps. If your signal goes out, and it does look like we are back. Nope, that looks like a locked up image there. So we'll see if it comes back over the air here in a minute on our transmitter side up there. For a moment, before we go in too far, I want to take 2 seconds here. They're upgrading to a tornado warning. We're not going to do that. We're going to come back in. So new tornado warning. Yep, see, we talked about it. Had that little zone there. Out here, Amory, Smithville, they're going back with tornado warning on this because of the history of this storm, and it definitely has strengthened. Heads up for you. New tornado warning coming on this here in just a moment. They're going to take it all the way to the Alabama state line. So as you can see now, until 11:15 p.m., tornado warning issued here for eastern Chickasaw and most of Monroe County. The most impressive part of this is a little bit north, potentially a little north of Aberdeen. Let's check it. That's close. I would say it's centered more on Becker, but certainly we show Wren at 10:48, Amory at 10:53, Hatley at 10:56. Watch the potential there that we could have a damaging storm and potentially a tornado moving towards Smithville at 11 p.m. This is the same storm that caused all that damage south of Winona and all the way back into the Delta, and it's trying to strengthen and do it again. It is probably not at this instant doing it, but it is close, because what's happening here is this inflow area is going to wrap back in, and this is going to kick back out, and it's going to try to do it out here close to Gibson, maybe just east of 45 alternate is where it's kind of looking at. I'd be looking closely. This is Egypt right there, very near Egypt Road, about a mile and a half east of the 45 alternate area, where it is going to try very hard to wrap back up and produce another tornado. Amory, with what we have had happen tonight, Smithville, I know how you feel when I call you out on any storm. this might not be at that same level, but it has gotten a lot stronger, and it has a history of doing it. That's enough for me, and I hope that's enough for you, that we go to that safe place. We'd say best case scenario, we're looking at around 10:57 for Amory. It might be a little bit faster than that, maybe a minute or two faster than that. Smithville close to 11 o'clock for you. A lot of other folks here that I'm not listing, such as Wren at about 10:50. Obviously, the Egypt area, it's over top of you right now. And I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, John DeLusick, here for a second, who has some information. Yes, John?
The dew point, that little moisture surge that is showing up right now, basically, we're at that point right now in Tupelo and areas southward toward the Golden Triangle. As a matter of fact, Starkville coming in at about 70, lower 70s dew point right now, and there's a good surge going all the way up into about feeding that storm that's been coming in basically it's on the tip of that dew point surge.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like it even looks like a little wave there.
Yeah, it's a big wave. It's just coming in. And again, I'm not sure about that Starkville 72, but that's a pretty high dew point for Starkville.
So what this is this is a moisture nose, and it is just, it's basic. Think of a surfer riding a wave, right? And this is riding the wave of moisture here, and it's followed that leading nose of the stronger winds aloft and moisture for hours. The likelihood is that this could produce a tornado, and a strong tornado, soon. So if it's producing one or not right now doesn't matter. A strong tornado could be coming for this storm very soon. Yes. Hold on.
Okay.
While tornado damage, let's pull John down here for a moment here. While tornado damage isn't something I can confirm at this moment here, I would say where we talked about a moment ago here, right there near Egypt Road, this is probably going to be a tornado within the next scan. So I believe that we are within moments of seeing this produce a tornado once again. The only positive here is that this is not the most populated portion of Monroe County, but unfortunately some of the most populated portions of Monroe County are in the path of this. So as I go back to the wind mode here, that's not a good thing. When you see the red, and it's kind of a radar error there, but when you see it like that, a lot of times we're looking at debris the next time we get data. And I can't say for sure that that's not already Turnbull Road right there on Egypt Road. We'll get a new scan here in a moment, and there it is. There's our tornado, right where we talked about a moment ago. Here we are. So we now have a tornado on the ground, Monroe County, Egypt Road, just east of that by less than a mile. Tornado on the ground doing damage at this moment on Turnbull Road in Monroe County. We need to make sure that we're in the middle of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up with blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there till we can give you the all clear. Significant damage possible out of this storm at this time. Let's look at the precipitation mode that's going to make sure we get the right angle on this. This is moving more north. Wren, right now, this is wrapping more north. White Rock Road, up here working in the direction of McAllister Road. You're in the path of this in the next couple of moments, and it might be moving faster than what I think it is. I'm going to track this a little faster. I might be too fast. I'd rather be too fast than not. But, Pat, we now have a tornado in Monroe County. Where's Craig?
I've got Ethan in Starkville and Craig going to Boonville.
Okay, then let's take Ethan up to this.
Okay.
I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Can he safely get from Starkville to...
We'll look at that. Remind me in about 30 seconds here. Okay. There's some times. Wren, 1050. I went up to about 60 miles per hour on this. This is textbook stuff here, unfortunately. Tornado damage on what is possibly a strong tornado occurring right now in Monroe County, just east of 45 alternate, approaching US 45. Where it shows Wren there at 1050, that would be where it crosses US 45. So as you can see, large tornado, considerable damage possible out of this thunderstorm, an extremely dangerous thunderstorm, and they've taken it up to 65 miles per hour on the movement. We're going to get a shot here in a moment of the angle that's coming toward Wren. So it didn't move as far north this time. Unfortunately, this storm's finding balance, and that's not a good thing, because the balance is going to allow it to maintain this tornado. Bigby, Wren, Amory, let's go wide here for a second. John's going to have to tell you whether or not Ethan can get up there. I'm not going to have time to go to that. So, Wren, close. Maybe just south. I wouldn't go by my maybe on this here. We need to be in a tornado safe place. There's going to be people with Wren addresses, people that consider themselves residents of Wren, that this is a strong tornado. And Amory, this is a close call. Let's do a wide track here for a moment. I'm going to track it at 65 miles per hour. I'm going to go 60 miles per hour. I'm going to track it. Take this picture. Send it to somebody. Find somebody you know in Monroe County. Somebody text Craig's wife. Make sure they're aware that this is a strong tornado on the ground. This is a storm that's had a history of producing significant damage and is producing a significant damaging tornado right now. And as the folks at the National Weather Service Birmingham looking at this storm say, velocity's off the scale. I mean, this is a bad one. Middle of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room, wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris. If your city is in that list there, we need you in your tornado safe place. Now, let's come street level here. Let's look at what we're looking at. And by the way, this is a situation where, unfortunately, there is no question. White Rock Road, this is a strong tornado producing significant damage, now approaching McAllister Road, moving 65 miles per hour. That's more than 1 mile per minute. Call ahead. Wren, people need to know. I mean, you see that dot there in the middle? That's the middle of the tornado. And there's the damage, the debris circling around the middle of the tornado. Right now, we're very close to the radar site, so it's highly likely that we're sampling a good chunk of the tornado and certainly the circulation just above the surface. This is a strong tornado that Wren, let's show the time here, and I show current time is 10:46, 10:47 Wren. An old Wren Road, this is going to be extremely close. So I highly recommend that you take this seriously. This is a tornado emergency for Wren, for northern Monroe County. A confirmed large and violent tornado potentially on the ground right now, producing significant damage. We need to be in our tornado safe place if we expect to survive this. Let's show you the wind mode here, how fast that wind is rotating. And I show a wind change of more than 150 miles per hour on this, moving into the Wren area. Looking at the debris mode, still showing about that stock. And this red ball that you see right there is all the debris moving over McAllister Road now. Where would we say it is? I expect the next scan that you will see this right about here. Honestly, it might be slightly ahead of that. So let's adjust our track appropriately. Wren, we need to be in our tornado safe place. You can see some times there. I'm going to make sure our angle is correct on this because the angle matters. It has actually moved slightly more east on this one. But that is still the darker purple colors you see there is tornado debris and damage on a strong tornado approaching US 45. This is a bad one. And this could be a loss of life situation. If you know folks who live on Little Coonwa Road, US 45, approaching 45. This is regular 45 there. This is 278. We're west of Amory here. This is a tornado on the ground. Watley Road. Every bit you see here is because of a significant tornado causing damage. This is as low as our correlation gets. What we're looking at is we're looking at trees, tree branches, dirt, and possibly structures. This will be a killer if it hits you and you're not in a sturdy structure. This is a strong, damaging, life-threatening tornado. Now let's get an angle for Amory for just a moment here. As I place, I'm going to just do it on my screen here. Make sure we have the angle right. Okay, this is north side of Amory. Maybe just north of the waterway. I'm going to adjust our stuff here in just a second. Let's get it to the latest scan. We're now just east of 45. Just east of 45 now on the latest scan here just east of 45. We're hearing significant damage reports coming in there. We'll find out more. Hey, Pat, where is that at? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll look at that here in a minute. So some damage, some wind damage in the Tupelo area as well. I mean, that just shows you outside of this. So some significant damage even outside of these storms. But Amory, clearly 5 minutes, best case scenario, Midtown. This is a close call on the north part of Amory. We've got to be in a tornado safe place. This could have the potential for catastrophic damage. As we mentioned about 5 minutes ago, tornado emergency now in effect for locations in Amory, Bigby, Flynn, and Smithville. As I extend this track ahead, make sure that we have Smithville in that track. We show 11:03 for you. New Salem at 11:08, 11:10, Tilden Academy at 11:14. But Wren over top of you now, a damaging and potentially deadly tornado. If you're a praying person, we've had to ask for this a couple times tonight. Hope you'll say prayers for those folks down there in Monroe County tonight. They definitely need everything they can get. Coontail Road. Now we show it just south of US 78. This is the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway there. This is Bigby. This is going to track extremely close to where we had a damaging tornado a couple of weeks ago. Looking at the wind mode, yet to update on the position, but that's a strong tornado at this moment. It does look like we're back on over the air. In case our over the air signal goes out again, we are streaming live on Facebook Live, WTVA News, WTVA Weather app. Check that out. That's a place where you can stay up and ahead of this. Tornado debris lofted so far at least 7,000 feet up in the air with this. As we talked about earlier, the height of how high that tornado debris is lofted correlates back, comes back to how strong it is. So now we're talking possibility that we're dealing with a strong tornado, at least EF2 in strength there. Considering the strong winds that we've had on this and the wind reports we've seen on Storm Track Doppler radar, there's nothing particularly shocking about that. The wind mode yet to really update on that. Okay, so a couple things going on. We have a big radar error here. That's a huge radar error on that, but that still shows likely a strong tornado here just east of Amory. How far to Amory are we talking about? Let's get a storm track that has everything I could put on it for a moment. And then I'm going to move that down just a little bit. Actually, I'm going to move it to the middle. I'm going to try to cram as much stuff on here as I can for a moment because I want to keep Amory City Grid on this. And again, assuming we're moving 65 miles per hour, I would say the western few streets in Amory were now less than 2 minutes away. This is a strong, life-threatening tornado that's going to move either extremely close to Amory or in through the northern part of the city of Amory. And here's the thing about this. Y'all trust me too much, okay? I tell you where it goes, and some of you are like, that's where it's going to go. But the reality is that this could be changing directions, okay? So Amory, we need to be in our tornado safe place. We got a new scan coming in here as we speak. Oh, man. Like, north side of Amory, this is coming in. Oh, man. Dear Jesus, please help them. Amen. Okay. So, this is going to track along Highway 25. Unfortunately, this is cut farther, a little bit more east. So, I have it slightly behind me there. This is going to cross the Highway 6 bridge within the next 20 seconds or so. First off, have we made all the phone calls for folks we need to talk to in Amory? For a second. Somebody called Craig's family just to make sure. Just want to make sure we've had that conversation. I know Craig's probably done that, but I just want to make sure we've done that. Okay. This is probably moving through the northwest portion of Amory now. It has shifted just enough. Golly, no, this is going to be right there. So we have to be in that tornado safe place. Small windowless room, place we can wrap up in blankets and pillows. This is moving along Waterway Drive as we speak. Lowest floor of a sturdy structure, Boulevard, North Boulevard Drive there in Amory. This is going to be moving, really on the north side of town, unfortunately. Man, this is a bad one. Northwest side of town. This is moving through the city grid here. I really hope folks are in their tornado safe place because this one's really bad. The debris is lofting now up in excess of 16,000 feet. Just a reminder what that means for a brief moment here. That means now we're up possibly EF3 or greater. It takes it a while before that stuff comes back in. So this is a strong tornado doing damage to well-built homes and structures on the northwest side of Amory. This is going to track along Highway 25. Smithville, Flynn, we've got to be in that tornado safe place. This is heading right toward you. And again, as you can see here, this is a tornado emergency in effect, a large and destructive tornado on the ground at this moment. I don't know how more I can say it, but that if you know somebody that's out here, maybe their signal goes out from time to time, maybe it's Friday night and they're, doing whatever people do on a Friday night, they've got to know that this could be a killer. 11:01 into Smithville, based on 65 to 70 miles per hour. We now have debris up 20,000 feet. Revisiting that unfortunate graphic. Now we're strong, EF3. A deadly situation on our hands if not taken seriously. Back to the debris mode. This is on the northwest side of Amory. I show debris here with the northern city grid there on Amory. So this is tracked on the north side of Amory, and it's along the Tin Tom Waterway. Whereas a couple weeks ago, we population-wise got lucky, and it was just north of the waterway. This is going right along 25 up to Smithville. So folks in Smithville, we've got to be in a tornado safe place. This is bad. I'm going to go just a little bit wider on this for a moment to do a longer track. But this is a bad night for folks there. Let's track that. Here's your longer track for a moment. Flynn, we show 10:58. These three right there, we're going to revisit the time. That's pretty close to what we said a moment ago there, but I want to get it down as close to the second as I can here in a moment. Academy at 11:11, Tremont 11:13, Scottsville 11:19, Weston at 11:20, Vina at 11:27, Atwood 11:29. This is a damaging and potentially deadly tornado that's moving through northern Monroe County. John, if you get the chance, let's look at the mezzo that's come out, which I will bet bucket loads of money is probably just because of this specific storm. Tornado debris, north side of Amory, moving along Highway 25. That's all this is. This is a tornado debris signature. If I put my next scan, my tornado is going to be a little ahead of it, probably right there, moving towards Smithville. So latest, based on that next latest location, I show Flynn. We're looking at that for you, 10:58, Smithville Recreation Area, 10:59, 10 o'clock for, 11 o'clock for basically all the different Smithville locations there. A strong, potentially violent tornado doing damage at this moment, moving along Highway 25. This is just a really, really bad one. Moving toward Turon as well. Let's track it longer. And if that continues to go ahead, New Chapel, we show at 11:04. 11:06, New Salem, Turon at 11:06. This is a damaging, strong, and potentially deadly tornado in Monroe County. You can see that latest update exactly where we expected it would unfortunately be. We should have a new debris signature, and unfortunately the debris signature looks like it could be a little wider than it was a minute ago. If we're looking at the width of this, looking at a width that is a debris spread of probably more than 2 miles, how wide the debris is showing up on here. Moving northeast at 65 miles per hour towards Smithville. So this is a strong tornado and potentially a life-ending tornado. People's lives are changing tonight. People are going to be recovering for months from what we are watching right now. And so whatever prayers you're willing to send up for them, I'm sure they would appreciate it right now. I put our location of our tornado now pretty much right in Flynn along Mississippi Highway 25. This is north of Smithville Road. I'll get Smithville on here. I'm going to clear it off so that Smithville shows up on there for a moment. But Smithville, this is obviously for you. So I show it in your Flynn, your 4 Mile Road right now along Mississippi Highway 25. Within 20 seconds, it'll be Caldwell Road. Within 30 seconds, it'll be Davis, North Davis Road. Within the next minute, it's going to be Smithville Road near the intersection there of Highway 25 and Smithville. Pecan Road. I mean, this is moving right into town on the southwest portion of town. Within 2 minutes, we're going to be in Industrial Street in Smithville. Within about maybe 2 minutes and 10 seconds or so, Walnut Street, and within the next 2 to 3 minutes, Monroe Street, and where Highway 25 curves northward in Smithville. This is a tornado on the crown that's prompted a tornado emergency. That is the highest level tornado warning. I have no extra gear that we can go on this. This is as bad potentially gets. And I know you've had that before. That is not this sporadic damage. This is that wind we were talking about in North Gloucester a minute ago, the damage that we had. This is not, you know, some stuff like this. This is a situation where instead of the awning being knocked down like that, it could be completely gone. Let's hope this thing weakens. It's a possibility, but this is not minor. This is potentially major. This is not quite the same debris signature we had a moment ago there. We have to be in that tornado safe place in Smithville. Anything positive, I say, is a relative nerd term and has nothing to do with how strong this actually is. 4 Mile Road, there's an encouraging sign that maybe it's weakening, but this has gone from an extremely strong tornado to still a damaging and potentially large tornado here near Flynn, moving here near maybe just south of Smithville, but it's close enough that people in Smithville, I'm taking that back. We need to be in our tornado safe place there, clearly. It would be way premature for me to hope it was going south, because we'll see. But unfortunately, this is, no, it's not. This is right in here, southern half of Smithville right here. I know folks that missed out in 2011, nobody thought missing anything, but didn't get hit in 2011. This is kind of aimed more at the south side there than that tornado was. Still a very strong circulation showing up on this. And there it is on the latest scan. I would show it near Smithville Road. Right here is where it is. That wind is a little behind. That means a new debris signature showing up on the south side of Smithville area along Smithville Road, Gap Road, Seminole Road. All basically now by this moment, because it takes at least a second or two to get that data back, now in the tornado. So Pecan Chapel Road, Jug Shop Road, McKenzie Road, Kennedy Road, Faulkner Road, all in the path of this damaging and potentially deadly tornado. The wind is just hanging too slow, so we're going to have to stick with the other factors on this. I mean, even this isn't hard to figure out how that's wrapping in there all the way around, and it's right there. That's potentially a big tornado still, and likely moving through the south side there, unfortunately, of the Smithville area. So let's now put it, again, I put our tornado right here. This is where it shows up on radar. It's right road at this moment, and probably about as wide as what my circle here is showing, approaching Kennedy Road on the south side of Smithville. Near Pierce Chapel Road, as we wait for the debris signature to update, it has moved a little more east the last couple of scans. I'm going to cheat this up north just a little bit. That's where we expect our next tornado report. So again, what are we looking at? We're looking at a no questions here. This is an area of Doppler radar indicated rotation that's developed into a tornado that, while I have not had it spotted, we have debris, and that's good enough. We know for sure that this has been a tornado, that this probably still is a tornado, and it pulled north. Let's get this angle. So we might have had both Smithville, at least a portion of Smithville, and a portion of Amory. Yeah, it's pulled a little north on this last scan. Let's see what the radar looks on that. I mean, there's little wobbles on this. It's pulled north just a little more. At this instant, heading more toward Turon, but I think we still can probably keep primarily a northeastern track on this. So let's advance it forward. Let's put that right there near State Line Road. Obviously, just east of Smithville, a lot of Smithville addresses here experiencing this at this moment. So I track that northeastward. We show Turon at 11:05. We've got to be in our tornado safe place if we're ahead of this in southern Itawamba County to get some times there on your screen. I'm going to double check kind of what we have. A lot of folks sending in their pictures, a lot of safe place selfies and things like that coming in. We appreciate that. I'm not going to really show a whole lot of those at this moment here, but let's just hope those folks in Monroe County are in your court on this one. We're certainly going through this one with you, though it probably feels vastly different. Let's talk back here for a second. Amory, we can come out of that tornado safe place. Hatley, we can come out of that tornado safe place. And if you live east of Mississippi Highway 25, we need to stay in that tornado safe place. If you live west of it in Monroe County, we can come out. Let's still stay in our tornado safe place up here near New Salem. Everything west of 25 up there maybe, but yeah, this is turned more toward Turon in the last scan here. Let's check tornado debris. It's still showing up. This is not quite as intense as what it looked like a minute ago there, but still showing up with tornado debris on this thunderstorm. As we check the wind mode, yeah, that was still strong, still likely on the ground there east of Smithfield. This is going to update up here near the county line in a moment. That data is still processing at the moment, but I show it right along Mississippi Highway 23 in Turon is where our tornado likely is near Davis Road. Let's go ahead and circle it once again. Along Davis Road, moving near Turon, Duncan Lakes Road, Bentonite Road, Salis Road, all in the path of this tornado that's likely still on the ground doing damage as we speak. So your time has ticked down. Minute just changed to 10:06 on there. When I pulled the storm track out, it was 10:05. It's on you in Turon. As the folks in the National Weather Service noting on this as well, reports that this has been on the ground now with debris detected on this for at least 20 minutes. So significant damage still, possibly still occurring with this. Yep, so there's our circulation shield, Jug Shop Road. We should have a new update with debris here in a moment, and this might be actually our new update. Starting to make it in there. So let's go wider. Just to double check, John, Anae, any information coming in from the field, from folks on social media?
Not from the spotters. There's not much for reports right now. And again, nothing from the Amory area yet. I'm looking around, just even stuff that's not for our attention. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. I think everybody's still
in their shelter.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
the best way to be.
Nothing makes me more excited to hear you're finding nothing, because nothing means people weren't out doing dumb things. So that's good. But still, as you can see, tornado emergency, southern Itawamba County here. The tornado debris is continuing to spread out. This is a good sign. It's possible one of two things has happened. Our tornado's weakened. That for sure has happened. The question is the tornado still on the ground? That's the second of these. I can't say for sure, but this is an indication that it might have lifted. But it's also a possibility that we have a zone here. If you look closely, do you see this right there, that lighter area and that lighter area there? We have a bad look at the radar from the radar site up here. There's some trees and some other things that block this Monroe County radar up north like this, and so sometimes that can change our view, because you'll notice that those lines stay put there. And so we're reading through it right now. I'm hoping that maybe it has weakened, but unfortunately, maybe some of the weakening we're seeing is just that we have that beam blockage. Whether this has weakened or not doesn't matter, because this is still strong enough that even if it weakens, it could easily wrap back up very quickly. So we need to continue to assume that even though my debris does not show up as strong as it did, that this could potentially still be, I show right there near Bentonite Road, that's where I'd have my circulation. So we need to start circling this again because it's less obvious on the debris mode than it was. But as you can see, a tornado emergency remains in effect for Itawamba County. If you live back here in Monroe County, back in Smithville, Parham, we can come out of that tornado safe place there. Let's see if we can clear Monroe County as a whole. There's still damaging winds on the eastern side of this, but our tornado is probably up here in Itawamba County based on the latest of what we're looking at. If by some miracle that tornado did lift, it's about to re-strengthen and set back down again, and it might have stayed down the whole time. It's very reasonable that it never picked up. We should get a new debris signature probably up here near Salis Road on the next scan that comes in. That's where we have our channel kind of feeding in there. Hold on, let's make sure that's the latest one. Maybe slightly south of that. I need to have a broader circle. It implies more specificity than I have at the moment. Check wind mode. Yeah, so this is a little broader than what we've had it. That doesn't mean it's necessarily a bigger tornado, but just to say that where it appears next, there's a lesser certainty. So Salis Road, approaching there, Booth Road, Hopewell Road. This is all south of Amory, south of Fulton, northeast of Amory in Itawamba County, so south of Tremont at this time where this area's circulation is. Let's get kind of a wider track for a moment. It's going to have more stuff in it. There's kind of our wider shot. We show Guthrie Cut Church at 11:14. I'm going to get this a little better here in just a second. Basically, this next 5 to 7 minutes, we're going to zoom in on that a little closer. But as you can see, some of the locations in advance of that as this moves into West Alabama and out of East Mississippi over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Coming back to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, we have a strong area of circulation and potentially still a tornado that, if it is not on the ground producing damage right now, that would be a very fortunate turn of events. I still show tornado debris on this. I mean, that's still tornado debris right there being detected on Storm Track Doppler radar. So at this instant, Hopewell Road, where we show this approaching, as you can see, State Line Road southeast, where our tornado is moving to at this moment, or at least very close to at this time. And there's a couple spots here where I can make my argument, but this is just extremely strong winds one direction, wrapping around with extremely strong the other. Let's go up a scan and let's see if that'll clarify where our mesocyclone is, which helps this to kind of form the way it is. So let's go back here and we'll go up a scan. Okay, so if you go up a scan, it's almost more that little interaction right there that is the strongest. So I think our positioning here is pretty close on where we expect the next tornado report to be, the next scan, probably right within that circle there. National Weather Service is going to extend their considerable tornado warning. What that means is they're going to back off from the tornado emergency probably. I believe that's where they're going to go on this here with the next one. Either way, still expecting that this is a damaging storm, potentially still a tornado causing damage at the moment. I mean, I still show right there what might be debris, what probably is debris right there. So yeah, I still probably have a tornado doing damage at this moment. I think confidently I can say I have a tornado south Academy doing damage approaching the Mississippi-Alabama state line.
And again, this tornado is about to cross over into Marion County. If we can, let's go back to Stephen Quinn, if we've got Stephen and Bill Castle. Stephen, if you've got audio, can talk to me. Tell us what it's like up there now. How's the lightning frequency? And we might not have Stephen. All right, Stephen, can you hear us? This is James and Taylor. We might not have Stephen plugged in. Understand, when you're a two-man band and you got a violent tornado coming, you got to take care of yourselves first. That's what we teach, and they're probably in the process of doing that. You can leave your camera up, leave the stream up. That's great. We can replace that camera. We can't replace people. But again, if we do get Stephen, we'll go back to him. Bill is panning around, and you can see the lightning on the horizon as that storm approaches Hamilton and getting into Alabama. Looks like rain is beginning to fall pretty heavily there. And again, this is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado. I know a lot of the weather dweebs and weenies, you like to watch the coverage in the Great Plains states where they have dry LP storms, low precipitation. You can see the tornadoes from miles away. That rarely ever happens here. Rarely ever happens. This is not Kansas, this is Alabama. And this is what Alabama tornadoes look like. They often come at night like this. They're typically rain-wrapped. But that doesn't lessen their intensity. This is a violent tornado that has come through the northeastern part of Mississippi. And again, this is going to be coming right into Marion County. Looking at some notes here from the Weather Service. And they are seeing the same trend that we are seeing. John DeBlock, John is the WCM, the warning coordination meteorologist. John is saying it looks like the tornado might be occluding, broadening, and weakening somewhat. Again, that's exactly what I think is happening. But understand, once we have an occlusion process, they often come right back. And that happened with this. This is a long-lived supercell thunderstorm that dropped a horribly violent tornado on Rolling Fork in Silver City, Mississippi. We've had injuries, we've had just horrific damage, and this is the same storm. And it cycled down for a while, and it came right back up. The signature was just incredibly violent over northeastern Mississippi. And again, if it is beginning to weaken somewhat, it might come right back at any moment. You cannot stop your precautions right now. You've got to stay in a safe place. And I know this is no party. It's Friday night, it's 11:15, and you're in a bathroom, a basement, you got your family, you got on helmets. That's the right thing to do. Life is a series of decisions, and you have to make the right ones. You don't want to make wrong decisions on a night like tonight. So would you please heed what we're asking you to do and keep yourself safe, okay? We don't want any loss of life in this state. We can fix a house, we can fix a business, we can fix the damage, but we can't replace people. And again, you can see that rain beginning to fall. So let's go back to the radar. And again, you can see that the circulation is clearly broader than it was. I mean, this thing was tight, I mean, really tight. You know, lug nuts on a 1957 Chevrolet truck, but now it's broader, but still, it could tighten up again at any time. So the Weather Service is not going to use the tornado emergency verbiage that they have the option of using. This is a tornado warning, which is still serious business, okay? This storm is serious. It has produced horrific damage in Mississippi. And again, that is now in Marion County, inside the state line. And again, this circulation is going to be coming out, passing probably a little north of Hamilton here in about 15 minutes, probably south of Scottsville, a little north of Hamilton. But again, everybody from Hackleburg to Hamilton, back up to Scottsville, back to the state line, stay sheltered. Nobody driving along Interstate 22. We don't want a single car or truck out there until this thing gets on by. And this is not going to be, for Marion County, we'll probably give you an all clear here in an hour or so. This will be one of the first counties to be cleared. This will not be an all-nighter for any one given spot. The weather's going to be really bad for a fairly short amount of time, and then it moves on by. In fact, the day ahead, Saturday, should be a pretty nice day. The day tomorrow is still Friday night here. So again, we are watching a circulation that could represent a tornado, all right, that's over the western part of Marion County in northwest Alabama. When this came through Amory, Mississippi, near Smithville, Mississippi, it was a violent tornado. The rotation is broader now. It seems to be going through an occlusion process, but it could come right back. And there still could be a tornado down. And you still got to stay in your tornado safe place, okay? But again, that's the reason we're here. And again, and not now, but in a few minutes, we are going to show a larger picture and kind of talk about the other cities and what's to come. But let's go back up into Marion County. Stephen Quinn and Bill Castle. Stephen, again, tell us what your conditions are like now.
Well, for the first time, we're starting to see some consistent rain now, James. That is coming from the south as we're about 11 miles away from the center of this circulation. As you mentioned, a circulation that has been weakening. The concern has been, though, as you've mentioned, was we've been following this is obviously cycled back once, and I'm sure everyone is keeping an eye to see if that happens again. You're seeing and hearing the rainfall. We did hear sirens as well, and obviously I know that's not something you want to rely on, but you at least hope that people here are aware of the warnings. I can tell you it's quieted down. You mentioned it's a Friday night. Here in Hamilton, James, it's pretty quiet right now, as you would expect, given the deteriorating conditions we're seeing right now. The rain is picking up, and this is still holding on a path that looks to be about 5 miles to our north and west, and that is the way in which our cameras are directed. As you mentioned, the rain is very heavy, so seeing something will be difficult, but showing you at least a sense of the conditions of what we're dealing with right now. We've seen some police that have been out patrolling the area. You can expect that they will be busy, if and when we get debris and anything else associated with these storms. The wind is picking up, as you can see right here. I mean, this rain is starting to move. The direction is starting to shift as well as this moves closer. And wow, there's a big clap of thunder.
Yeah, and let me just say, Stephen, even if we don't have a tornado, the straight line winds are going to be 80 to 90 miles an hour based on the velocities we're seeing on radar coming, in your direction. So again, I don't want anybody to, stop your tornado precautions. Understand what the Weather Service is doing. They're basically laying a severe thunderstorm warning in under the tornado warning because of the straight line wind potential. So in addition to the chance of a tornado, there's a good chance we're going to see, again, 80 to 90 mile per hour surface winds that is coming right into Hamilton and much of Marion County. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for damaging wind up, so we can kind of watch the wind going on here. But again, there's the circulation. So Taylor, it looks like the main concern for the moment is kind of shifting maybe towards straight line winds.
It does definitely look like this is at least broadened out a little bit, that main area of circulation. Not quite as tight as it was back across the border in Mississippi. However, we've still got the threat of those strong straight line winds that can also take down trees and power lines and cause damage. So, of course, there is still a tornado warning, so we want you in that safe place, and we want you being sure you are staying there. Even if you hear us say this is broadened out just a bit, we've got the threat of damaging straight line winds, and we also have the potential to see this storm kind of cycle and ramp back up again in intensity. We've had this storm do that throughout its life cycle, so not out of the question that we see that happen again. So that is the reason why there still is a tornado warning, even though for the moment this does appear to have broadened out just a bit. You're seeing a lot of the bright greens on the map there. Those are all indications of very strong winds within this storm. So we've got heavy rain, a lot of loud thunder, very strong winds. So if you stay in that safe place, stay where you are. This isn't going to last forever. The storm is moving fairly quickly. It's moving at about 60 miles per hour. So fortunately, those conditions won't last forever. If you just stay in that safe place, ride out this storm for a few minutes, and once this moves past your location, you are going to be done with the threat here. But for now, if you are in that tornado warning polygon, we want you to remain in that safe place. I know it's likely very loud. We heard the thunder on Stephen's live stream there. But if you're in that safe place, you're away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside, you're going to be okay with this. And we'll keep monitoring to see any kind of indications that this is starting to ramp back up in intensity.
Let's take Bill's video again, Taylor.
Yeah.
Because I think this kind of tells the story. And again, as Taylor's talked about, the tornado, I believe, is lifted at the moment, which is a godsend. But the straight line wind potential will produce damage just like a tornado. What does it matter if the damage is a tornado or straight line winds? It really doesn't matter. So you stay in your tornado safe place, all right? We got a tornado warning remaining in effect for areas west and north of Hamilton, and we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for much of Marion County. And we also note the Weather Service has posted a warning for Lamar County as well. If you're in Sulligent or Vernon, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning, again, for the potential of strong straight-line winds. This wind could easily produce tornado-like damage, and there is a chance that circulation could tighten up again. All right, and again, for those just watching us, this is a live look at the weather conditions in Hamilton up in Marion County. If we can, Dennis, I want to take WEXO 5 real quick. I want to show what this line looked like coming through the northwestern part of the state. This is from Florence. And the person that sent me this video, they are telling me that they've got damage there. Now, Florence and Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, they were under a tornado warning earlier. That rotation has moved to the east of there. But again, this is what it looked like coming through the Shoals area early tonight. And again, there are reports of damage with this particular thunderstorm. In fact, I'll just read off what Jordan McCollum is telling me on this. He's saying that they've got reports of lots of damage behind Sam's Club in Florence, lots of damage at their apartment complex, fences down, roof damage, huge hail. 2x4s have been blown into multiple cars. And again, that's from the video that you just saw earlier coming from Florence. And I'm afraid that's the kind of damage that we could easily see in Marion County from straight line winds. And again, we've got the double box going here so you can see in real time what's happening in Marion County and what the radar looks like. And again, the radar shows, let's look at the reflectivity real quick, Taylor. It looks like almost a bookend vortex kind of thing here. Not really looking at the reflectivity, but still the debris ball is gone. The tornado indication is gone. Great. But again, let's go back to velocity. And again, some of these velocities, and this is coming from Columbus Air Force Base. The radar's not that far away. Some of these velocities are suggesting winds at the surface could exceed 70 miles an hour. That's hurricane force, 75 miles an hour. So that type of wind is going to be passing through Marion County. It looks like the strongest wind is going to be north of Quinn's position, Stephen and Bill's position. You're seeing in the video there, north of Hamilton, really between Hamilton and Scottsville, then coming out in the general direction of Hackleburg. And again, if you're in Hackleburg, I would stay in your tornado safe place. The Weather Service is going to keep that tornado warning in effect. And again, so just stay in your safe place. And Taylor, do we know anything about Amory, Mississippi, or Smithville so far?
I have seen someone shared a tweet that said that they have heard of significant damage and gas leaks. So it does sound like there was a tornado that went through that area. Of course, that is also where we had that debris signature. And that's when we had the really strong indication of debris, not only in the correlation coefficient, but we could see the debris and the reflectivity. And that's when we had that really strong signal on radar there. That radar presentation looked very different than the way it does right now. We're still tracking that damaging wind threat here, but in terms of the tornado potential, it does appear lower right now with what we're looking at on the radar here compared to what we saw back in Amory. But unfortunately, it does appear that we'll likely start to see some more reports coming out of that area as crews have time to kind of get to the scene, assess the damage, assess the scene, and we'll be watching for more reports of that as they continue to come in over the next few minutes, few hours here as well. So as we look at Stephen and Bill's feed there, you can definitely tell very windy. Got a lot of lightning. Once again, as James was mentioning, it is likely that the strongest winds associated with this are going to stay just to the north of their current location. We've got some strong winds headed in the Pig Eye direction, but even south of where some of those strongest winds are, where we've got Stephen and Bill right now, you can tell I mean, it's nasty. This is a severe thunderstorm at the very, very least. And we could see some trees come down from this, and we could see some power lines come down. So that's why it's important that you're remaining in that safe place as we move through the next few minutes and we track this system to the northeast. Worth noting, the tornado warning has been extended north of here. So it's now including Russellville, Phil Campbell. So in case this system does cycle, they've decided to issue that downstream warning as the course of least regret, of course, because of the history of this tornado and because it's had a history of cycling. That is why the National Weather Service has chosen to do that. So let's go ahead and head over to Stephen. Stephen, what are the conditions like right now? Obviously, it looks like it's deteriorating.
It is deteriorating. The wind is picking up significantly. You mentioned the straight line winds. We are seeing those now. I'm seeing lights starting to flicker, and I've at least seen one power surge on the horizon so far. You know, this is what you expect to see in a tropical storm or something of that nature in terms of how strong the winds are right now. You see here, look at this gust. As we are seeing heavy cloud to ground lightning right now, and we've seen at least a few cases of debris that has been, you know, loose items here around town that are being blown around. So that gives you a sense. This is by far the strongest winds we've seen so far. That circulation that you mentioned that had cycled down is about 5 miles now due north of us. So this is the wind that's been associated with that storm that created a tornado earlier. And as you see the lightning, it appears behind us. I'm starting to see some more green flashes. So power is still on here. I don't know how much longer that's going to last, though, given the amount of winds the strength of the wind that we're seeing right now. It is blowing pretty hard, guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Stephen. That's Stephen Quinn with Bill Castle. He's up in Marion County in the midst of this severe storm situation. And again, looking at the velocity, the good news, the tornado signature has really gone away for now. It could ramp back up at any minute, But again, the concern now, it's straight line winds. Straight line winds here could exceed hurricane force. That's over 75 miles an hour. And those stronger winds coming right up here into Hackleburg. And understand, this is the same storm that came through Smithfield, Mississippi and Amory, Mississippi earlier. And we all know the similar track that we experienced April 27, 2011. This is nothing like that. But again, you could see enough wind to cause some structural damage with this. This is straight line wind. And again, the tornado could ramp back up at any minute. And the Weather Service in Huntsville, because of that, they posted a tornado warning for Franklin County. This includes Phil Campbell and Russellville, as that broad circulation will be crossing over into Franklin County. But again, if you're in Hackleburg, stay sheltered. All of this is passing really north of Hamilton here. Give me about 5 minutes. I'll give you an all clear. The weather is rotten in Hamilton. You saw Quinn's live shot. It's not good. But again, you don't have to shelter from just rain or non-severe wind. You want to stay sheltered from strong winds. But again, this is a really, really rough batch of storms. The wind dynamics are so impressive with this. But again, especially if you're north of Hamilton back up toward Hackleburg, you've got to stay sheltered. I know it's not convenient. Let's look at the reflectivity one more time on this, Taylor. And again, this is velocity. We'll go back to the reflectivity. And you can see that heaviest rain is going to be tapering off. In fact, it's already starting to taper off parts of Hamilton right now. And once this line passes, that's it. You really don't have any additional risk of severe storms, most likely. What you see back in Mississippi, these are all flash flood warnings. I mean, there's a oodle of flash flood warnings back in through here, but the tornado threat is mainly into northwest Alabama now. There's a tornado warning up here for northern Limestone County. This is for areas north of Athens up toward Elkmont and the Tennessee state line. And that could be scooting across northern Madison County, north of Huntsville. And again, the other concern, it's what's coming through Marion County right now. And again, that's going to be coming up into Franklin County. We don't believe at the moment there's a tornado in the storm, but there are very, very strong straight line winds. And again, we also notice we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for northern Lamar. This is basically from Sulligent north. And for we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for other parts of Marion County. This comes down toward Guin and Brilliant for the possibility of damaging straight line winds. And again, all the blue polygons back in Mississippi, those are flash flood warnings in effect here. So, and again, let's look at our tornado watch. Well, let's do kind of a reset while we have just a second. I want to show the tornado watch. The counties in yellow are involved in this watch. This is until 3 a.m. and the watch includes DeKalb, Marshall, Cullman, Walker, Fayette, and Lamar counties, and counties north up into Tennessee. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston not in a tornado watch. It looks like the better conditions, the combination of shear and instability, what you need for tornadoes might be a little north of Birmingham, north of Tuscaloosa, north of Anniston, north of Gadsden. There is still some chance you could see severe storms in those cities after midnight tonight, but the better chance of a tornado in the counties in here in yellow until 3 a.m. Storms will be moving through the entire northern half of the state after midnight. You're going to get a storm if you're in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden after midnight, and it's going to be windy, and they could be severe, but the greater tornado threat will be in the yellow counties you see here in the tornado watch. And again, you can see our tornado warning for northern Limestone and the tornado warning for northern Marion and for parts of Franklin counties. So let's go back to our northern Marion County storm. And again, that's the one storm that is in our television market. And this same storm has produced a lot of damage. We know in the northern side of Amory, Mississippi. I'm getting a lot of traffic about damage in the northern side of Amory and some damage on the southern side of Smithville, and tremendous amounts of damage in parts of Silver City and Rolling Fork. Those communities are in the southern part of the Mississippi Delta. That came through a couple of hours ago from this same storm. And again, this storm was absolutely horrifying looking as it came into, it was approaching Alabama, but the tornado occluded and lifted. And at this point, we don't believe there's a tornado here. There's no tornado signature here, but the winds are just screaming in through here. And if we can, let's go back to Stephen Quinn, who is in Hamilton. Stephen, it looks like conditions are going to start to settle down for you pretty soon. What's it like there now? We might not have Stephen available. Seeing some reports coming in from Jeff Piotrowski, friend. Jeff is reporting people trapped in a farmhouse east-northeast of Winona from this same parent storm. Her husband, a woman reported her husband was in the woods buried in the rubble. And search and rescues are ongoing across the state of Mississippi in places like Winona and Silver City and Rolling Fork and Amory. And we can't be much more specific about, the injury count or if we've lost any lives. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow morning. But again, it's been a very, very, very rough night for our friends in Mississippi, and Again, the key, the reason we are here, the reason we do this is we're trying to mitigate loss of life. And by heeding these warnings and paying attention, you can do that. We can all do this together. And again, it looks like the conditions are starting to improve in Hamilton. Let's go back to the radar. And again, we're watching the velocity really carefully, and we see no evidence of any tornado in through here, which is great news. I know we have tornado warnings. And again, you can see with the reflectivity, the heaviest rain is now falling and coming into Phil Campbell, right on top of Hackleburg, moving into Bear Creek here, around Phillips High School, and then curving down toward Guin. So the rain is tremendous, then curving back into Lamar County around Detroit, down towards Sulligent. Tremendous amounts of straight line wind, and we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for much of Marion County and northern Lamar. But again, the good news we can tell you at the moment, we do not have any indication of a tornado with this storm. It could ramp back up at any minute. We all know that. It's happened. This is a storm with a long, long history of producing really catastrophic damage in Mississippi. And we are extremely blessed that it just lifted when it got into Alabama in Marion County. But the straight line wind still could produce a lot of damage, a lot of tree damage, some structural damage. And we'll see how long the Weather Service decides to hang on to these tornado warnings here. But let's kind of expand the view, Taylor. Let's look back into Mississippi. And again, let's see if we have any other tornado warnings in effect. And I don't think we do. Again, you can see the line extends back into Mississippi. And we have no severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi at all. That's great news. No tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings. We have just a lot of rain falling here in the Golden Triangle, Clay County around West Point down towards Starkville, then back down toward Interstate 55 north of Jackson. All of the tornado warnings that are active are currently in Alabama. We've got a tornado warning again for Marion and Franklin, and one up here in Limestone, or in northern Limestone County. But again, let's go back in closer and we'll take a look at the velocity, which tells us the story. And I'm telling you, this thing just looked horrible when it was over Amory, Mississippi. But at this point, we just don't see any real strong evidence of a tornado here. But as long as these polygons are defined by the Weather Service, there's a reason they have them there. And I think the reason they have them there is the fact that this might ramp back up at any minute, and that's the right thing to do. So if you're sheltered, you need to stay sheltered until Taylor draws the magic X on these things, which means they're done. And she's not done that yet. And again, even without a tornado signature here, the winds are just absolutely tremendous in these storms. Taylor, any updates from you on damage so far?
I'm starting to see just more folks reporting that there has been damage in Amory, which we've been talking about, and that's, as you mentioned, was when the signature of tornado debris being lofted was there. That's when we had that debris ball. At this point, across Marion County, there have been a couple of reports of some trees and power lines down. That could be possibly due to some of those straight line winds as the storm was coming through. So we'll keep an eye on some of those reports as well. So we could have some power outages in Marion County. So we'll be watching that. It does appear, though, at this point, some of the strongest winds moving just north of Hackleburg. Those are crossing over into Franklin County at this point. And so if you are in Marion County, your conditions will be improving here fairly soon. And it is likely I think it goes till 11:45. So this tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire in the next few minutes because there is not at this point any kind of indication of rotation with this, especially nothing like what we saw back into Mississippi when this warning was first reissued. So this has been a long track supercell type storm that produced a tornado across couple different tornadoes at times across Mississippi. Fortunately, as it moved into Alabama, it appears it has weakened, and so far we haven't seen this ramp back up. So that is great news. But the latest is that I've just seen more reports coming in from Amory. So, of course, it does appear that there has been some damage there, especially on the northern side of Amory. That's where I've seen some of those reports coming in from so far.
All right, so again, it's 11:38, and we're watching live video coming from Marion County, where they've been under a tornado warning. And again, this is from Stephen Quinn. Can Stephen hear me up there now? Stephen, can you hear me?
Yes, James, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Go. You're good.
Yeah. Well, every time the gusts appear like they're going to slow down, we get another round right now as we're getting, as I speak. It's certainly not as strong as it was when I talked to you about 10 minutes ago. You had mentioned that the National Weather Service had said gusts could reach 80 miles an hour. I don't know if we reached quite that high, but I can tell you it packed a significant punch, which shows you just how dangerous even a severe thunderstorm warning can be. We're here downtown, and I mentioned that debris was being kind of picked up, loose debris here downtown, but you also think about people in houses out in other parts of this county. You think about people in manufactured housing. Certainly what we experienced 10 minutes ago would be enough to cause damage to those in the right conditions, which is why you got to be careful out here. Even if the tornado itself had cycled down, this still packed a punch, and those winds that we saw now, based off what the radar we're looking at, are moving over Hackleburg and other parts of the county now, so they're seeing that as well. Those people obviously could be in a situation, if you're not in your safe space right there, where those winds could be serious. As you see right now, the lights are still on here. I've seen police coming through this area. The lights flickered during the heaviest, intense portion of the gust that we saw, but right now everything is holding steady, so that's certainly a comfort to the people here, but certainly pales in comparison to what's going on to the people in Mississippi that you guys have been talking about.
Yeah, and that's great news. Again, the news is all good from Alabama so far. And Stephen, we'll check back with you in just a second. And again, that's live coming from Marion County, where it's raining, but we can deal with rain. Rain in itself is not dangerous. It's a good thing to get rain. So again, we've got just a very, very small part of Marion County under a tornado warning now. So let's give an all clear. Hamilton and points north and west, except for Hackleburg. You're still in the polygon. The only part of Marion County in the polygon, it's Hackleburg back over toward Bear Creek. All right, so Hackleburg, Bear Creek, you're in the polygon. We do not have any other tornado warnings for our area. There is one for Franklin County. This includes Phil Campbell and points north. And again, the circulation is really broadened through here. Let's expand the view. Let's look at our severe thunderstorm warnings we have here. And we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Lamar, and this is for strong straight line winds, and a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for much of Marion County. We do not have any warnings so far for Winston or for Fayette. Warnings could be required. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, within this line of severe storms, at the moment, there is no evidence of a tornado. That could change at any minute. Okay, but at the moment we see no evidence of a tornado, but still, because of the history of this storm and the damage it's caused back in Mississippi and the respect for this storm, the Weather Service in Huntsville and Birmingham, they're leaving in these tornado warnings for Hackleburg and Phil Campbell, back up to Russellville over to Bear Creek, in case the thing happens to ramp back up. But again, the greatest concern, it's not tornadic winds, but straight line winds. But again, let's give an all clear for Hamilton, Interstate 22, you're good to go. The rain is horrible. It's pouring. It's not a good night to drive, but the tornado threat is ended for Interstate 22 in Marion County for now. And again, you can come out of your safe place if you're in Hamilton. That circulation that prompted the warning is about to cross into Franklin County. It's near Hackleburg, and it's very, very, very broad, okay? In fact, let's look at our velocity up here, Taylor. We'll take a look at what it looks like in Hackleburg. And again, this is no tornado signature here. This is just a high wind signature. The winds are really, really screaming here. But again, this is not representative of a tornado. This is representative of damaging straight line winds. And we are so fortunate, and we do see that there, and I think if there's any spot that you're going to watch, it's right here, which is east of Hackleburg, which, again, that's starting to ramp up again a little bit. That looks fairly decent. But again, straight line wind damage is the greatest concern at the moment. But there might be a tornado trying to get its act back together again east of Hackleburg. And like we've talked about, this is why the warning stays in effect. It might ramp back up at any time. And again, until we get that X on here, we can X you out. You need to stay sheltered. Soon, this circulation is going to be across the line in Franklin County. But if you're in Phil Campbell, you need to be in your shelter. If you got a tornado warning, what do? Respect the polygon. And if you're in that polygon, you go to your safe place. You're not in a mobile home. You're not in a car. And in your safe place in a site-built home, everybody's going to wear helmets. Because most people that are seriously injured in tornadoes, it's blunt force trauma to the neck and shoulder and skull region. And that really, really, really increases your chance of being safe. A bicycle helmet, batting helmet, motorcycle helmet, football helmet. All of that is great. And it's important, okay? Let me tell you what, if we would have stressed this a long time ago, a lot of people would be alive today that lost their life in tornadoes. Again, Strong straight line winds across much of Franklin and extreme northern Marion County, and we might see this tornado trying to get its act together again to the east of Hackleburg now. Again, between Hackleburg and Bear Creek near the Franklin County line. And that circulation is going to be crossing over into Franklin. And again, we'll watch with each volume scan. Let's look at the CC to see if there's a lowering here. I'll kind of keep my finger on the same point. We'll go to correlation coefficient, and no, there's no debris being lofted. And again, I don't think there's a tornado there, but there might be one. And it takes a while for that debris to kick up to the levels where the radar can see that. So just be aware that again, and we got a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Winston that has been issued here. So let's look at reflectivity. Let's take a look at Winston County here, Taylor. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for probably most of Winston. Again, you can see the warning. This is for the northern 2/3 of Winston County. This is US 278 right here, kind of the main east-west highway through Winston County, and that's for the potential for damaging straight line winds. That line is coming into Haleyville right now, and that'll be sweeping through places like Double Springs, Addison, and the rest of northern Winston County. And this is Smith Lake right down in through here. And again, we just don't see any evidence of tornadoes, and it looks like the warning is over now for Marion. So if you are in Hackleburg, we'll give you an all clear from any tornado danger. If you're in Bear Creek, and again, the weather is not good, I know that. There's thunder and there's lightning and it's raining. We're giving you an all clear from the danger of a tornado. That's what this all clear is for. So Bear Creek, Hackleburg, and the rest of Marion County, the tornado warning is off the board. It's been canceled. So again, at this point, we have no tornado warning in effect for any part of Marion County. It's 11:45. It expired. We do have a tornado warning in effect now for the southeastern part of Franklin County. This includes Phil Campbell. This is the Huntsville television market, by the way, for what could be a tornado trying to get its act together again. But again, the warnings now are all severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, the warning for Winston has expired, the severe thunderstorm warning. So these are the current warnings we have in our TV market. If you're watching us on the TV side, severe thunderstorm warnings for a pretty good chunk of eastern Marion and the northern 2/3 of Winston.